as the day goes on. We're going to see a cold front move through. That's going to slow down and stall across central parts of the UK, bringing thick cloud and outbreaks of rain, whilst skies actually clear across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland. A few showers pushing in, especially to the northwest of Scotland. A brisk breeze here, but some decent sunny spells for the northeast of Scotland. One or two holes in the cloud further south as well, although southern parts of the UK will be plagued by a lot of low cloud. It's not going to be as cold as it has been in the south, but still temperatures a little below average in a few spots. Going into the late afternoon period, there will be some cloud breaks across southern parts, and where that happens, a chance of fog overnight. Further north, a lot of thick cloud, further outbreaks of rain and drizzle for much of the North Midlands, North Wales and Northern England. Further north again, and Northern Ireland, Scotland, seeing some brighter spells or clear spells as we go into the evening, and some showers also in the mix coming in predominantly to western Scotland. Overnight, very slow changes really. Where we do have any clear spells across southern parts, we'll see a few mist and fog patches form, but otherwise it stays largely cloudy up and down the country, with a lot of low cloud through North Wales and Northern England, and hill fog to wake up to. Outbreaks of rain here. Showers coming into the north and west of Scotland again, as well as Northern Ireland. A few mist and fog patches here and there, most likely across southern parts, but they'll tend to fade away into the morning. Actually, it'll be a fairly bright day in the south, with some high cloud, but also some brighter spells. Scotland and Northern Ireland, likewise, sunny spells, one or two showers, but we keep the cloudy and damp zone across central parts.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
There's just 2 weeks left to grab your chance to win our biggest cash prize so far. £50,000 in tax-free cash. How would you react if you won?
Oh my God.
That's a big surprise.
Amazing, just the best feeling ever.
I'm in shock. That is absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. I mean, maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This January, history will be made again.
Join GB News as we bring you full coverage of Donald Trump's presidential inauguration. An unparalleled insight as Donald Trump becomes the 47th President of the United States. The inauguration today from 3 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking,
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
down to earth,
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
and most importantly, honest,
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get the book thrown at them.
then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. It's 3 o'clock here in the UK, 10 o'clock in Washington, D.C. on this historic day.
Yeah, the eyes of the world are all on the US Capitol as America prepares to welcome Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States of America. I'm Martin Daubney.
And I'm Michelle Dewberry. And this is Donald Trump, the inauguration, live here on GB News. Yes, get ready, Britain, for the return of Donald Trump.
Best first day, the biggest first week, and the most extraordinary first 100 days of any presidency in American history.
And you can see live pictures on your screen now of the White House in Washington, D.C., because in a matter of hours, the White House will welcome back President Donald Trump.
Yes, indeed.
Years I will fight for you every single day. We're going to be fighting for you. This is the greatest political movement in American history. And 75 days ago, we achieved the most epic political victory our country has ever seen. That's what they say.
Yeah, Donald Trump gets the village people. We get Sadiq Khan, the village idiot. Now, over the next few hours, anything could and probably will happen.
Yes, indeed. So grab yourself a cuppa, sit yourself down, strap yourself in, because, ladies and gents, the second term of Donald Trump is about to begin. But before we get stuck into events overseas, we must come back here to the UK, because we've had some massive breaking news here as Axel Ridder-Cabana pleads guilty to murdering those 3 little girls in Southport. Let's cross live to our Northwest reporter, Sophie Reaper, who joins us from outside Liverpool Crown Court.
Well, there's been an overwhelming sense of surprise here at Liverpool Crown Court today following that change in plea. Of course, Axel Rudikabana originally pleaded not guilty to those offences back in December of last year. And that was something that the judge, Justice Goose, acknowledged this morning when speaking in court, because he spoke to the prosecution about the fact that the families were not present here in court this morning. And the prosecution confirmed that the reason for that is because everyone was expecting this trial to begin in earnest from tomorrow. It was thought that today would be spent with swearing in a jury, with legal discourse and things of that nature. So everyone believed that the opening of the prosecution would begin tomorrow. Hence, the families were not present. However, of course, everything has changed now that Axel Rudikabana has pleaded guilty on all 16 counts, including 3 counts of murder during that attack in Southport last July. Now, when acknowledging and speaking to Axel Rudikabana in court today, Justice Goose said, "You will understand it is inevitable. The sentence will be imposed upon you will mean a life sentence equivalent will be imposed upon you. I will have to complete the sentencing process on that occasion." However, it's now believed that Axel Rudikabana will not be handed a whole life order at that sentencing, which is scheduled to take place here on Thursday. And the reason for that is that a whole life order could only really be what it is. It's considered for the most serious of crimes, and it would see the offender sent to prison for the rest of their life with no consideration of release. However, in order to be handed that tariff, the offender has to be at least 21 years old, and it's only considered in really exceptional circumstances if they're between ages 18 and 20. Now, of course, Axel Rudikabana was 17 when he carried out those crimes back in July of last year, so it's believed that he will not be handed that whole life order on Thursday. So it's going to be really interesting in a few days' time here at Liverpool Crown Court to hear exactly how Justice Goose will deal with this and exactly what kind of jail time Axel Rudikabana, the murderer, will now be facing.
Thank you for joining us there. That astonishing update on this case from Manchester Crown Court. Thank you. We can now move on and speak with GB News' Home and Security Editor, Mark White. Mark, welcome to the show. A huge amount of questions need to be asked already. How can it be that the entire system was wrong-footed and the family didn't get to face Rudikabana for this moment? And, of course, it turns out this individual was known to the authorities on 3 separate occasions. And, Mark White, I believe you have a breaking news line for us on this case.
Yes, that is more disturbing news that we can now reveal about Axel Rudikabana. Just before the attacks in Southport, about a week before those attacks, it's believed he was planning to carry out a massacre at his former high school in Formby in Merseyside. He got as far as leaving the family home in Banks in Lancashire, was getting into a taxi dressed in a green hoodie with a surgical mask, the same outfit, incidentally, that he wore the day he attacked that dance school in Southport. He was about to leave. We understand, according to our sources, that Axel Rudikabana's father dashed out, pleaded with the taxi driver not to take him on that 15-mile journey to his former high school in Formby, and he was somehow talked out of it, brought back into the house. Now, as for exactly what Axel Rudikabana's father knew of what his son was planning that day, we don't know as yet. No indications that he knew exactly what he was planning, but clearly he was concerned enough to run out to try and plead with a taxi driver not to take him to that location. And then, of course, as we know, Martin, just a week later, on the 31st of July, he got into another taxi wearing that same green hoodie and the surgical mask, carrying a knife, and then entered that dance class in Hart Street in Southport and began stabbing all of these young girls and 2 adults at that location. And the other very disturbing information that you allude to there is the information that we can now reveal that Axel Rudikabana was referred to the Prevent Counter-Extremism programme not once but 3 times in the years prior to the Southport attacks because of his violent mindset and his desire, it seems, to carry out a school massacre. However, that Prevent Counter-Extremism programme, acknowledging that there were some very concerning information with regard to his mindset, didn't feel that they were best placed to deal with this because they felt he was not aligned to any terrorist ideology. And of course, Prevent, set up with the best of intentions, is there to try to divert people away from extremism linked to the likes of jihadi extremism or indeed far right extremism. And I think it exposes Martin, a real weakness within the Prevent programme, that it either needs to be expanded to look at all those who have a violent mindset, who may be intent on carrying out mass attacks like this, or there is another agency that can take on board this vital duty.
Mark, Michelle here. Let me ask you, because I'm looking at the viewer inbox, what many people are wondering today as we digest this news. There are so many unanswered questions, and whilst the trial would have been absolutely horrific for those families, and of course they will be spared that traumatic experience, many people are asking, many viewers are asking, will we actually get to find out the details? Who knew what when? You know, what were the motives of this man, and so on and so forth?
Well, we are revealing some of those details now, Michelle, because of the fact that the trial is no longer going ahead. The media were subject of a sort of off-the-record briefing that, of course, could not be disclosed before the trial because of the potential for that to be highly prejudicial to any trial against Axel Rudikabana. But now that the trial is not going ahead, that kind of information can come out. It is also the case, without doubt, that because the trial is not taking place on the day of sentencing, which is this Thursday, there will be a fairly detailed summary of the case, the prosecution's case against Axel Rudikabana, what he was planning, what they believe his motivation may have been. Interestingly, we heard from the Crown Prosecution Service today, not talking about an affiliation to any ideology, jihadi or otherwise, but certainly talking about his fixation with violence that clearly he had held for a number of years, going back to at least 2019 when he was just 13 years of age and expressed a desire to carry out a school massacre. So yes, you're right, Michelle. There are definitely questions the authorities need to answer. Hopefully, by Thursday, or close of play at Thursday, we'll have a lot more in the way of information that they have revealed to us that we can impart to the audience, because none of this is satisfactory in any way, shape or form. The fact that police discovered this ricin poison in his home just a day or two after that attack in Southport, the fact that police discovered the PDF with information related to the Al-Qaeda terrorist manual on that just a day or two after the attack, but yet it took 3 months before those additional charges were revealed to the public and added to the indictment.
Mark White, thank you very much for that update. And worry not, dear viewers, because I know this is a story of such interest to all of you. We will be staying across this and keeping you up to date as it all develops. And I've got to tell you, I, for one, am personally grateful that we've now finally got that image of this horrendous individual. I'm sick and tired of seeing those pictures of that little choir boy. Little boy, do me a favour.
And also, so many questions need to be asked about Prevent. How on earth can this individual have been on their radar 3 times while they're still obsessing about searching for far-right tweets? Anyway, we'll come back to that story later in the show. Let's get back to today's main event. And, of course, that is the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump, soon to be, of course, the president. And we've got pictures on screen now, I believe. This is Joe Biden meeting President Trump a few moments ago. Let's get those pictures up. This is, of course, they're having tea at the White House. What an awkward cuppa that would be for Joe Biden. How many sugars would you like? He'd probably like to slip something a bit different into his cup of tea. Here comes the incoming president. There goes the outgoing one. Meeting a short while ago there, a few moments ago, actually, at the White House. Bitterly cold weather. At least they've maybe Joe Biden's got a thermal blanket round him, Mish.
Welcome home, apparently, is how Joe Biden met Donald Trump. I wonder how that was said. Do you reckon it was said with a big cheesy welcome home, or do you think it was through gritted teeth, welcome home? I bet it was the latter.
I think there's some very, very well practiced rictus grins going on there. If anything, it's Donald Trump who appears the more sombre of the two. And look, he's about to drop all sorts of executive orders, which I think will effectively wipe out the legacy of Joe Biden. And that is going to happen on day one. What an astonishing day in world politics.
Indeed, and we said, didn't we, at the start of this programme, to strap yourselves in, and we absolutely meant it. I hope you're in this for the long haul, because these next few hours, Martin and I with you till 7 o'clock, and boy, oh boy, there is a lot that we will be covering. We can cross the live to Washington, where our very own Bev Turner is there live for us. Bev, where are you? What are you doing? And what is the atmosphere like there?
Morning, guys. We are, of course, 5 hours behind you here in Washington, D.C. Now, they said an Arctic blast was going to descend. I can confirm that is exactly what has happened. It is bitterly cold here this morning. It makes sense why all of the action has been moved indoors. I'm outside the church where Donald Trump and his family, and also Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his family, came for a service this morning. On the sign outside here, it says, love thy neighbour. And that is a message, frankly, which is going to be needed, particularly in the next couple of hours, because Joe Biden and Donald Trump get in a car together from the White House, and they have to take that journey to the Capitol Hill building where the official inauguration will commence. Of course, we don't know at the moment who is going to be allowed into the Rotunda, because there will be only a couple of hundred people. The VIPs of VIPs will be in that room this afternoon. And as you said, Michelle, when Donald Trump arrived at the White House, Joe Biden said, welcome home. We wonder whether it does feel like home for Donald Trump this morning, but let me tell you, the people in this city this morning wearing their MAGA hats and their sparkly tops and their Trump T-shirts with Trump's face all over them, they are very happy that he is home. They very much see this as the start of a new chapter in American history. And the atmosphere here this morning is great. I would say on the whole, it is rather jubilant. There is so many police on the streets. I don't know whether Ben, my cameraman, can pan round a little bit, but you can see the sort of security that is in place. There's 30 miles of this metal fencing which has been erected all around the city. At every junction there are police officers, there are Secret Service apparatus, there are lots of police cars coming up and down the streets. Security is very much at the forefront of everybody's minds. That's been made a lot easier with the official ceremony taking place indoors. And after that, Donald Trump will travel to the Capital One Arena, where there'll be about 20,000 members of the public to welcome him home to Washington, D.C. And he will be taking to the stage there this afternoon. They would normally do a parade down the streets. That isn't happening, but still a lot of action. Keep it with GB News.
Bev Turner, is it cold there? I'm not sure you quite got that message across. You've been talking about the weather absolutely non-stop, and no doubt a frosty atmosphere waiting from Joe Biden towards Donald Trump. Stay very, very warm. Bev, we're back to you throughout the show. Magnificent. Thank you.
Oh, she's a trooper, is our Bev. It wasn't that long ago she was on the streets of Britain in the absolute freezing cold as well with the farmers, wasn't it? Look, such an exciting afternoon. You know, I don't know which side of the fence you are all on at home, but surely, I mean, we'll be getting into lots of the debate because, of course, people are divided divided by the result of Donald Trump. But whichever side of the fence on, do you feel that level of optimism, of energy, of positivity? I certainly do in this studio. Back and cross live now, back to Washington, D.C., because GB News US correspondent Stephen Edgington is with the former Home Secretary, Suella Braverman. Steve, over to you.
Hello, yes, that's right. I'm with Suella Braverman now. Suella, what do you think Trump's inauguration means for the UK?
I think it means a huge amount. This is a real turning point for the Americans on secure borders, a sound economy, cutting inflation, an end to the woke, diversity, inclusion, nonsense that's taken over their military and their public institutions. And from a UK perspective, we must be able to absorb some of this changing trend and culture that will be led by the Americans under President Trump.
Do you think the UK can learn from his pledge to deport millions of illegal migrants?
We need to deport as many illegal migrants as is physically possible. I deported several thousand when I was Home Secretary. We need to ramp up those numbers, because if you come to the UK illegally, you must not have the right to stay. You should be detained and swiftly removed. And that's why we do need to learn again from the Americans about their robust, unapologetic stance to border control.
And what do you make of Joe Biden preemptively pardoning various people like Anthony Fauci and Liz Cheney? Do you think that's sort of corrupt?
It's not great, is it? I think it smacks of a lack of integrity and probity in the rule of law, and it politicises aspects of the legal system which should stand above and beyond politics. So, not great.
Do you think the Tory party can learn from Donald Trump's victory in November? Do you think the Tory party should become more like the MAGA party?
I think there are a lot of parallels that we should draw from the MAGA movement when it comes to UK Conservatives. For too many years, we were, a centrist, vanilla puddle in the Conservative Party. We oversaw record immigration, we oversaw high taxation, and it was on our watch that children were subjected to irreversible gender surgical interventions. That all happened on our watch. We were not Conservatives. The MAGA movement is authentically conservative. It's about faith, it's about flag, and it's about family. And those abiding values are what people are crying out for in the UK as well as in the US.
And what's your advice to Keir Starmer as he engages with the new Trump presidency?
Listen, my advice to Keir Starmer is to stop being an idiot, because, Keir Starmer and half of the cabinet voted against President Trump's state visit last time round. We've got so many of members of the cabinet, David Lammy notably, having carried out vitriolic and ridiculous personal attacks on Donald Trump. They're all now desperately trying to backtrack, and they're all desperately trying to suck up to President Trump. At best, they're going to be irrelevant. But at worst, they have done great harm to the UK's national interest. So they've got to grow up, stop playing petty student politics, and actually stand up for the UK, get a free trade agreement, work on ensuring our military and security agreements are robust, and learn the lessons of how Donald Trump is securing their border for a start.
Do you think Britain should be concerned about threats from Donald Trump that he may impose tariffs on European goods and potentially even British goods?
I think that Donald Trump's approach to tariffs depends on the particular relationship with any particular country. And I think he does use the threat of tariffs in a very effective way from a negotiating point of view. It's leverage for the Americans. Now, when it comes to the US-Chinese relationship, that is not a good relationship at the moment for a whole host of reasons, and it may well be that there are tariffs imposed by the US on Chinese goods. The UK-US relationship is very different to that. We have much more collaboration, and there's much more of a brotherhood between the US and the UK. I think a threat of tariffs on EU nations will be used to try and extract better action and more commitments, for example, on defence spending or other trade benefits that are mutually helpful. So I think that the threat of tariffs is an effective tactic for a strong America.
There's been a big debate here over Christmas about whether legal immigration into the United States is too high, particularly over the H-1B visa issue. Do you think that legal immigration in the US is too high, like in Britain?
I think that there has been that debate, and it's been really interesting how it's played out. And I think that in America, I think in the UK, our levels of legal migration are far too high, and we do need to reduce the numbers. The characteristics of our immigration, legal migration, are low wage and low skill. It's not helping the economy. It's actually imposing a net cost on our economy and on our public services. In the US, I think that there's a slightly different picture, but I do think ultimately they do have challenges with issues relating to their overall migration numbers. Their main problem is illegal migration. It's in the millions. Donald Trump at the rally yesterday, at which I attended, put up a chart showing the numbers. There was a fall in the numbers when he was president last time, and there's been an exponential rise under Biden. Now, it's in the millions, and it makes our numbers look paltry. They've got a serious security and public safety and border control problem with what's happening in this country, and that is their overwhelming priority, and rightly so.
Now, I know that you went to Trump's rally yesterday, and I saw a picture of you with Nigel Farage. Now, some people are speculating that you may get more closer to Nigel Farage over the next few years. What do you make of Reform and Nigel Farage?
Well, listen, Reform have caused us a lot of pain, and Reform have been set up in a very short space of time, and they've achieved a huge amount of success. Got to hand it to them. And we lost over 100 of our MPs because of Reform. So we can't dismiss Reform. It would be foolish for Conservatives to be complacent about Reform. I think Reform is here to stay. They are exceeding us on membership numbers. They have a lot of momentum, and they seem to be connecting with people in a way that we need to do in the future. So, listen, there's a lot of agreement and common ground between Reform and the Conservatives, at least myself anyway, and many of my Conservative members who I know, on immigration, on leaving the European Convention on Human Rights, on economic policy, on things to do with woke. So, listen, I like Nigel Farage, and there's a lot I agree with when it comes to his politics, but I'm a Conservative member of Parliament.
Do you think the Tories and perhaps your leader, Kemi Badenoch, are a bit jealous of his relationship with President Trump? He's one of Trump's closest allies.
I don't know, you'd have to ask Kemi. Listen, I've met President Trump. I had the honour of meeting him when he was president last time. He came to Portsmouth for the 70th anniversary of the D-Day celebrations, and that's near my constituency, Fareham and Waterlooville. I met him and Melania. It was a great occasion, and I told him then that I was a great supporter. I'm one of, I think, maybe one of the only Conservative MPs who publicly came out and supported Donald Trump earlier this year, much to the dismay of some of my colleagues, actually, because I really believe in the power and the good that he can bring for the USA, for foreign policy, importantly, and for the world. So I know what I believe. I'm a big fan of Donald Trump's and the Republicans, and it's just an honour to be here and part of the celebrations today.
Thank you very much, Suella. Appreciate it. So there you go, Suella Braverman here in Washington, D.C. And there are many Conservatives here. There's Liz Truss, Nigel Farage from the Reform Party as well. So lots of Brits here in Washington.
Thank you, Steve Edgington, there with Suella Braverman. And what about the special relationship between her and Nigel Farage? Don't forget, Mr Braverman, well, he's already defected to Reform UK. He's standing as a candidate. Will Mrs Braverman be next? That's a debate for another time.
Yes, indeed. I also want to make sure that all of you at home know that it's not just about us in the studio, and we'll introduce our panel in a second, but it is also about you at home today. And we want to hear from you. We want you to be part of this conversation. So what's on your mind today? How are you reacting to the things that you're hearing and seeing? Did you see Trump's victory speech last night? What did you make to it all? Get in touch with us. All the usual ways. Email gbviews@gbnews.com. Tweet us. Go to the website, wherever you're watching, listening. You're very welcome.
And I've got some live pictures on our screen now. That is of the inauguration crowd starting to gather. We're just, an hour and a half away now from that historic signing in, the 45th and the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. That's all coming. But let's get stuck in now. Back here in the studio, we've got our star-spangled superstar panel. And that is the Republican overseas spokesperson, Jennifer Ewing, and the Democrats abroad spokesperson, Emmerich McElroy, and the former UKIP leader, Henry Bolton, OBE.
Let's start, I think, Jennifer, it's only right and proper to start with the winning side here. What's your immediate reaction? Here we are. This is literally history in the making. We'll come across the panel because there's certainly different opinions on this, but this is a special moment.
I think so, and I know you said, Michelle, like the winning side, but I think we're all winners here. I really do. I think America's the winner. I think the UK is as well. I think one of the things I'm most looking forward to is probably getting back to, as strange as it sounds, how things were when we were growing up in the 80s, where it was okay to be patriotic, where not only did people feel good about being American, but the rest of the world looked on America in a positive way, whether that's Coca-Cola or Levi's or our culture on television and sports. And I think that in addition to what Trump got elected on, which is obviously the economy and closing the border and stopping a lot of this craziness around the world with regards to foreign policy, I think it's being proud to be an American again is going to be okay.
Eric McElroy, do you share that sense of jubilation? Are you getting the party poppers out? And everybody has won in America today, or are you a bit more funereal in your mood?
Well, I mean, one of the things that is incredible about the American experiment is the peaceful transfer of power. And we are seeing the Democratic administration pass that peaceful transfer of power because Donald Trump won the election in 2024. I can say that as a Democrat because I respect the process. What's sad is that the person who is taking the mantle is the person who denied that he won or lost the election last time. He didn't even come to the inauguration last time and tried to really overturn the results of the last election. So it's good that we can do this, that the systems are there. Whether they can be upheld over the next 4 years is now on Republicans and on Donald Trump.
Is it time to look forward rather than moaning about the past, what Donald Trump did then, who didn't attend the inauguration? You know, Michelle Obama isn't going to the inauguration today. We can all say, you know, that these things aren't right. Looking to the future, all eyes now on these 200 executive orders expected to blast in today, which could, at a swipe, more or less wipe out Joe Biden's political legacy.
Well, there's a lot of his legacy that is there because it's in law. So the executive orders that the president puts out often on both sides get challenged. Joe Biden tried to do a lot to waive student loan debt in the U.S. by executive order and was foiled in the courts because he couldn't get Congress on board to do debt relief, which was a big issue that he promised and he worked hard on. So the executive orders, they're a big flash and a bang. Whether they can carry through, I know, not talking about the past again, but Trump put a lot of executive orders out about his quote-unquote Muslim ban last time that fell apart in the courts. So the legislation needs to be what happens, and that's where really the money hits the road.
We talk about uniting and coming together. Can I tempt you in this?
I'm good, thank you, because I've got my hair just right.
I've got a little prop for him. I do actually think that we all need to unite and
I do
move
like
forward.
swag. I normally like swag, but today I'll pass.
Never say never. Do you want to just try it on for size?
I'll
Come on, Eric.
I think that's going to be
don't
my
forget,
mission.
Joe Biden, of course.
Joe Biden did, yes.
Famously wore a MAGA hat in that fire station.
Reverse
sort of.
The thing here is that all Americans should want to make America great again.
Yes.
Like all Brits should want to make Britain great again.
Yes.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that your political sort of opponent in this, if you like, adopted that as the phrase. But get behind it. Make it work. Start to unify the United States, as we should here.
But that's assuming America wasn't great already, and I never thought it stopped being great.
Well, just re-emphasise the point.
All right. Can we talk about some of the big standout moods and policies? Jennifer, let's start with you. All eyes are on the economy. Now, a lot of people are talking about, is Donald Trump, we've got some live pictures there, that's J.D. Vance leaving, and Kamala Harris. Are they sharing the same car? That'd be a first. They are sharing the same car. J.D. Vance and Kamala Harris suddenly busy mates. Wow.
I'd love to be in the back seat of that car listening to the chat.
Yes.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If there is any.
If there is any, good point.
It's got bulletproof glass on the outside, perhaps to be like a panel that goes up in the middle, between the pair of them.
I'm going to get one of those panels, I think, for you and I. By the time we get to 7 o'clock, I'll be like, zip, my panel will be going up.
On a serious point, Jennifer Ewing, the economy. Donald Trump has gone big on the economy, also on immigration, on lots of other things we'll talk about throughout the rest of the show. But the economy, the stimulus, corporation tax being cut, one of the things that keeps coming out of the mood on the ground in DC right now is this sense of optimism. And that optimism begins in no other area like the economy.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw SoftBank the other day, the big, Japanese company say they're going to put, 100 billion, and then I think Trump said, make it 200 billion into the United States. So you're going to see a lot of international money going back into the United States. I'd say the first thing that's probably going to happen is the 2017 Trump tax cuts. They will hopefully get signed up again by the end of this year. And as many people that love to say, oh, these are tax cuts for his billionaire buddies, let's keep in mind that if those tax cuts lapse, that's a $4 trillion tax on the working and middle class. So that's very important. The other thing that's going to happen with regards to our economy is energy. We're going to unleash our energy again. That had been stifled by the Biden administration. So that's going to be a good thing. Everybody's heard Jill, baby Jill. He'll get to work straight on that. I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the executive orders that's talked about today. And then the third thing, Martin, because I know you and I talk about this. I mean, I love what he's doing with the people in tech, with the people in the crypto sector. That was a 50 million person voting bloc in the people who held cryptocurrency. And forget this Trump coin for a minute, but we're looking at Bitcoin and decentralized. It's economic freedom. It's allowing people to do what they want with money. And thank God for Trump coming in and saying that his new pick for the SEC, unlike Gary Gensler, who has stifled this very, very important industry, blockchain and digital assets, Trump has now said, let's go.
But because you're absolutely right. There's been a big surge in crypto markets, Bitcoin, for example. But this Trump coin, the Melania coin, a lot of people are a little bit unhappy about this. A lot of people are saying that it is just a brazen attempt by Donald Trump to try and capitalise. A lot of people are going to get burnt on this. What's your view?
Sure. So, I'm somebody that believes in free will. Full disclosure, I bought a little bit of the Trump coin, and obviously I watched it go down when the Melania coin came out. A lot of this is kind of fun and ridiculous and jokey and memey. But for the bigger issues like Bitcoin, like decentralization, which is anti-central bank digital currency, which is something that is telling, the government how, our money can be controlled, this is a really big issue. And I think people have free will. I think people have no problem with maxing out their credit card in Vegas and putting it all on red and blowing themselves up. So
just please,
buyer beware.
Just be sensible. I do want to just bring in a few of the audience members at home. Lots of you, of course, getting in touch at the moment. Jocelyn says, I watched the speech last night and I look forward to seeing how the US moves forward with optimism. Teresa said, I'm so excited. My friends are in Texas. I wish I could go and join them. She said, I would never have considered leaving England, but she says, if I was 20 years younger, I most certainly would be. Michael says, I'm jealous. Can we, the UK, become the 51st state? And then one of the viewers as well says, we need to make Britain great again. Yes, we do.
Superb stuff. So we're going to a break now. We're going to keep going now with the panel. I want to ask you, if I could, about the bills. As I said, we've got some live pictures now. There we go, look. Live pictures here of Donald Trump coming out the White House. Just had that rather frosty, perhaps, cup of tea with Joe Biden.
I know. I love that notion. Because, you see, the thing is, there's so many people in this society that just dislike Donald Trump. People mention Trump derangement syndrome, so it's not a real thing. I actually believe it is quite a real thing. And what I find absolutely hilarious now is just how many people have to reverse ferret, so to speak, on everything that they've said about Donald Trump. And now they have to pretend that actually they like him. They're busy mates with him, and the future's bright, the future's orange. So, do you think, because a lot of people, they really do dislike Trump. We need to be clear about this. They don't just think that he's, not okay. They despise him. They hate him. Yep. Do you think it can be all united?
Well, you talk about the people that didn't like him. J.D. Vance, his vice president, called him America's Hitler. So the list of people that have called him names over the years is plenty. And he's called a lot of other people names. I think now we're at the point where we have to see what he does. He's promised so many different things to so many different people, how he's going to deliver these tax cuts to balance the budget, to, and the tariffs that he's going to, the Bitcoin thing. I don't know how that is Bitcoin and cryptocurrency going to lower the price of eggs. I don't know how many eggs can you buy for a Trump dollar. How is that going to help the average American? And the number of people that have bought in on his schemes over the years, whether it's Trump University, Trump Vodka, Trump Airlines, Trump Casinos, and now Trump Bitcoin. it's not a legacy that I think there's a lot to stand
He
on.
certainly knows how to do merchandise, doesn't he? I can tell you that.
So that was the live pictures there of Donald Trump leaving the White House. That's part of today's schedule. That's the traditional cup of tea, the brief tea meeting. This is a symbolic gesture which signifies the peaceful transfer of power. And as you were saying, Eric, you know, mercifully we had that this time, not on the jiggery-pokery of January the 6th. Last time, the swearing-in ceremony commences in about 50 minutes' time. There's Elon Musk. There's Elon Musk. He will certainly be one of the guests of one of the world's richest man. And don't forget, he'll be heading up that Department of Government Efficiency.
And there's also a coin for that.
Yeah, there is a Doge coin.
There is.
Yeah. He's trying to save how many billions of dollars is he trying to save, Jennifer Ewing, in government wastage? That man there, Elon Musk.
A lot.
Yeah, I think it's $2 trillion, right? And he wants to do it. They've given themselves a deadline of July 6th, 2026, which will be the 250-year anniversary of the United States of America. So that was not chosen on accident, that date.
This is the next phase now. This is they're gathering together, right? The swearing-in ceremony, as I said, starts in about 50 minutes. Donald Trump will be heading that way right about now in that limousine. As we just saw there, J.D. Vance will be first to be sworn in, around about 10 minutes before Donald Trump. So this is live scenes from D.C. of history about to be made.
Indeed. We can cross live now to the former Defence Secretary, Jeff Hoon. Good evening to you. Good afternoon, should I say. Jeff, when it comes to defence, this is a key cornerstone, if you would like, of some of the promises that Donald Trump is making. In his victory speech last night, he said he doesn't want to be braggadocious, but he labels the Trump effect. He's looking at things like what's gone on in Gaza over the recent hours, and he puts it down essentially to him. What do you think about that?
Well, certainly one of the things that he has done that I've always praised is made it clear to Europeans that they have to spend more on their own defence, that they cannot rely simply on the United States. And if he carries through the policies he's set out in the past about withdrawing to some extent from Europe, then it will be necessary for European nations to spend more, and that includes the United Kingdom.
And those NATO targets are going to be pretty stiff for a lot of European nations, at least, to face, because they've been underpaying, Jeff Hoon, for absolutely decades. France, Germany, Spain, these countries pay a pittance in NATO. Perhaps it is about time they coughed up.
I totally agree with that. And indeed, many years since I was Defence Secretary, but that was certainly a theme that we pushed very hard. We wanted to see other countries spend as much as the United Kingdom was then spending. And we need to, in the United Kingdom, set a high bar for other countries to follow. So I have no difficulty with the new president making that point vigorously.
A lot of people dislike Donald Trump, let's be frank. But the flip side of this, a lot of people will argue, Jeff, that the world was a safer place under his watch. Do you think that will be the same sense going forward?
I simply don't know. And one of the problems of the world in recent times has been its sheer unpredictability. And we do not know where the next conflict will arise, which again, and forgive me for repeating it, that means that we all have to be on guard. And being on guard means spending more on our collective defence. And if the United States is withdrawing to some extent from Europe under the new president, then we all have to make sure that we can pick up the slack.
Jeff Hoon, do you think it's fair to say that the Chagos Islands is a monumental political humiliation for Keir Starmer's Labour Party already? A lot of people calling it a multi-billion-pound giveaway that we were paying for the privilege of. There's a rush to try and get that through. The Chagosians didn't want it. Nobody in Britain seems to want it, apart from the Labour Party. And now Donald Trump doesn't want it. And in fact, he holds the whip hand on this. Do you think it's fair to say that David Lammy and Keir Starmer have been completely outmanoeuvred by Donald Trump?
I think that's a rather harsh assessment, if you'll forgive me for saying so. There was a court decision that required us to take certain action, which was then proposed. Equally, I think it's entirely pragmatic, entirely sensible to await the new president's view on what should happen next. The US have a considerable interest in the base there, and it's not surprising, therefore, that this has apparently, as I understand it, been paused, simply see what his view is. And I think that's pragmatic and sensible in the circumstances.
But what will probably happen is that, Donald Trump's team have already said that the Chagos Islands are a key strategic outpost for the United States and for the UK in combating the global spread of China in particular. What on earth was the Labour Party ever thinking?
Well, as I say, there was a court decision, and the Labour Party in government was seeking to give effect to that decision. That's perfectly understandable when you have a very senior and very experienced lawyer as Prime Minister. So that doesn't surprise me that that decision was taken. Equally, I'm not surprised now that we're allowing a new administration, not just voices off, which I think you're quoting, but actually the administration, once the inauguration is complete and once the new administration takes over, then we need to see what they say officially, not simply privately.
I'm not sure anybody allows Donald Trump to do stuff. I think he's probably just going to do it anyway. But Jeff Hoon, thank you very, very much for joining us on today's show. Before we move on, there's some live pictures there. That's the Trump-mobile heading towards that inauguration ceremony. That is the bomb-proof limousine carrying the president-elect on the way to that ceremony.
Gosh, there are so many people that just wish that this would never have been so. They tried everything to stop him. They failed miserably. Let's cross live to our very own First Lady, Bev Turner, who's in Washington for us. Bev, back to you.
A lot of people here think Donald Trump is descending into the White House like Superman this morning. Well, I bumped into the real-life Superman. Dean Cain is here. Morning, how are you?
Good morning. I would call Trump the real Superman, though.
Yeah.
And very excited for today.
Yeah. Tell me why Trump is going to revive America.
Well, you're already seeing events happen right now before he was even sworn in today. All sorts of things like the hostages released, being released and things of that nature. I just think it's a whole new dawn. The cabinet, I know half of them, they're great people, real patriotic Americans, and they will lead in a different way than the prior administration, which, looked no further than the pardons today. It looks so corrupt and it looks so awful, and it is.
Yeah, just talk about that, because all of the news stations here in America have been leading on that this morning, particularly this controversial decision to pardon Fauci on his way out. What did you make of that?
Well, if you look at their own words before this all took place, they talk about pardons. Is Trump going to pardon, in the last administration? Is he going to pardon them, or that just makes them look guilty and this, that, the other thing? Well, now the shoe's on the other foot, and you're the people being pardoned. Liz Cheney, the January 6th committee, all that stuff, Americans want answers, and now they won't be able to get them. They can bring them back in and have them testify, and if they lie during the testimony, their pardon won't hold up. But it's just, it just looks awful. It looks like corruption. It looks like you're protecting your people. And it sets a precedent where it's like, you come into office, you can do anything you want to and just pardon everybody on the way out. And that's just a real bad precedent.
And it looks bad for America, for the rest of the world. It looks like it makes a mockery of democracy, actually.
Because it does. And people do say democracy here in the United States, which is a misnomer in a sense, because we are a republic. We are not a pure democracy by design. No offense to the UK.
Yeah. And so you're here at one of the watch parties in America. Was there any possibility of you being indoors today? I know there's only 200 people.
Yes.
You may not make that VIP list.
Well, I was supposed to host the parade.
Yeah.
And the parade isn't happening. So now I'm a free agent. The parade was called off. It's cold, and there's other reasons, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But I was supposed to be hosting the parade this morning or this afternoon, and so I came out for it. But once that was canceled, I'm not leaving. This is historic, and I want to be here, and I want to witness it and experience it. And I feel very fortunate to be here. I've only been outside for about 10 minutes, unlike you, so I'm not nearly as cold. But it's a wonderful, wonderful event, and you're witnessing history.
And in the media world, there aren't that many celebrities. Even if quietly behind closed doors they are these quiet Trump supporters, you are one of the very few people who is a recognizable public face, a famous actor here across the world, and yet you don't mind nailing your colors to that mast. Do you think more people will follow you now with this administration in position?
Well, you're seeing it happen all over the place now. Before, if you even spoke about President Trump, any sort of inkling of support, you were a pariah and you were going to be canceled and all that sort of stuff. Now everybody's talking more openly. You can see it. Even the performers last night. There's so many people who, they tried to cancel, Carrie Underwood. Oh my God, she's going to go and sing. It's crazy. Kid Rock, when I think he performed at either Obama or Biden's thing, you should be able to cross lines, and it's been ridiculous. So I would advise other people not to speak up so much unless you want to have that kind of heat. But for me, I just felt it was important to speak my mind, and I think that if that got me canceled, I don't care. At this point in time, it makes me look like I was rather smart to pick what was going to happen. Well, no, I mean, people should be able to speak their mind and not be canceled. I'd work with Robert De Niro. I don't like his political opinions.
Yeah, that's a fundamental, hopefully, a shift that will happen in a few hours' time. The reviving of free speech.
It only happens on one side. I'm going to tell you that. You don't see conservatives trying to cancel somebody who spoke their mind. They may not like him. I like Rob Reiner. I like his movies. I don't agree with him politically, but I'd work with him in a heartbeat. And I'm not going to disparage him. I'll disparage his opinion and tell you why I think otherwise. But, I don't, if actors want to do it, great. If they don't want to speak up, that's their prerogative. I just chose to, and that's just who I am.
Yeah. You feel optimism in the air here today. I mean, I guess we would say that the city is full of Trump supporters, but even this very small protest that happened here on Saturday, it kind of came and went, and there really wasn't the groundswell of anger that maybe if you looked at some areas of the media you might have thought was going to happen.
Well, you can just look no further than the voting this year. He won the popular vote as well. It's clear that people want to change. This last 4 years has been disastrous, and these pardons this morning prove it. They talk about like Trump coming in changing norms. Well, they've changed so many norms. It's not even funny. And listen, President Biden is on his way out now. I don't know how much he was even aware of what he was doing. Even if he knew that he would sign these pardons, I don't even know, because he was unaware of the liquid natural gas, the pause on our exports. He wasn't even aware when he was talking to Speaker Johnson. Things like that are just kind of crazy, and so I don't think it's going to look good in history. Let's just put it that way. But I think people here are excited. I think the nation's excited. I think the world is excited. I think there's a new sheriff in town.
Yeah, and I think everybody, particularly in the UK, we're watching closely. What will this mean? Is it the first domino falling in terms of what we might old-fashioned term of political rights, maybe spreading across the world? How important do you think what Donald Trump does in this first 24 hours? How important is it going to be with these executive orders that he's looking to sign today?
I think it's going to be exciting. I can't wait, because so many of the things he's going to sign that they've talked about him signing are things that I have been screaming about for the last 4 years. I think I don't know if these first 24 hours are going to be that important. What happens, the domino effect down the road will be really important. But don't even start me on UK politics, because y'all got a lot going on over there you need to straighten out.
Yes, we do. We agree with you on that. But I think that's why this election, we are watching it so keenly, this inauguration today, and what that is going to mean and how Trump is received by the American people. And they're taking these controversial, they shouldn't be controversial. The border issue that you have, we have so many similar issues. It's the net zero, it's the border, it's the economy, it's all the identity politics as well. It's potentially the death.
You're naming them off.
The death of the DEI initiatives within corporations.
We call it DIE anyway. I call it DIE because it spells die.
Yeah.
Those things are all gone.
Diversity, inclusion.
How about meritocracy? How about earn your position? And what race or color or creed you are doesn't matter. That's how it should be.
And it's also Martin Luther King Day here as well, who famously said, "Judge me by my character, not the color of my skin." It feels very apt.
That's exactly what's written on my ex bio.
Yeah.
I quote Martin Luther King there because I don't want to judge anybody by anything other than the content of their character.
Yeah. Dean, I'm going to let you guess inside. It is jolly cold here.
And we're moments away from the inauguration starting.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. And there's all sorts of watch parties going on. We've got a few people here. If Ben, my cameraman, can turn around, give us a wave here in the UK.
Trump 2020, baby! 2024!
I was going to say 2024.
Superman!
People are excited here.
We come from Argentina.
People are very excited here. Very excited. Michelle, Martin, back to you in the studio. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Beautiful
She's
stuff.
freezing.
She's crazy. It's almost like, you know, Superman, you got your X-ray specs and you're seeing right into Bev Turner there. Listen, Dean Cain, Superman, of course, wearing his political colours on his sleeve.
I love that she just randomly stumbled upon Superman,
Indeed, yeah.
meandering down the street. I think that's excellent.
And of course, Donald Trump is political kryptonite to certain other people.
Well, I bet he's been practising that line. when she was interviewing him then, he was practising Superman jokes.
I've been waiting 10 minutes just to get that terrible dad joke in. Can we just get some of those live pictures back? I just want to explain like where it is and what's going on. So this event is taking place in the Capitol Rotunda, which is a building which is about 1 mile away, I'm told, from the White House. And that's Elon Musk there. Jennifer Ewing, you tell us that in the middle there, that's the CEO of Google, right?
And then Howard Lutnick, who is going to be Commerce, and then I'm trying to see who else it is. Is that Marco Rubio? We earlier saw Kristi Noem. She's going to be Department of Homeland Security. There's Vivek Ramaswamy.
This is basically a lot of tech bro billionaires.
And a lot of his cabinet picks.
Yeah.
You know, so like Kristi Noem, cabinet pick, Loeffler. So... yes, a lot of different people were looking at
and
there.
Jennifer Ewing, you also told me off. I called that magnificent limousine the Trump-mobile. It's not that at all. I was thinking the Pope-mobile.
It's the Beast.
Slightly
called the Beast. And we famously heard about that during some of those J6 trials when they were saying Trump tried to grab the steering wheel of the Beast and turn it around, and then it turned out that was false. That was fake news. But yeah, it's called the Beast.
Let me ask you this, because, you know, a lot of this pomp and ceremony was supposed to have taken place in the great outdoors. It was quite, what I would say, quite a last-minute decision to move it inside. A lot of people were very unhappy about that because they'd arranged travel and accommodation and spent a small fortune. They won't be able to perhaps see the things that they wanted to see up close and personal. It was rearranged to go indoors, I think it was 1985 with Reagan. Donald Trump, what do you think that he will feel about having to have moved this indoors? Do you think it'll bother him?
Sure, a couple of things. So first of all, you're right, it hasn't happened since Reagan. Second of all, the reason given was the weather, which of course is dangerous. However, Donald Trump, we know that there have been at least 2 assassination attempts on his life in the last year. That's pretty serious. I mean, my personal view is there was some sort of security risks in addition to the weather going on. So yes, as disappointed as people are going to be, because, you know, it's not just a presidential inauguration. I mean, this man has fans, right? I mean, you've seen some of these rallies. He really does have fans. So I think in the end, the man is going to get inaugurated safely, and that is going to be in the best interest of everyone in the country.
Yeah. Ironically, though, doing it in the Rotunda of the Capitol, that's where 4 years ago we saw his supporters raising the Confederate flag. So it's an interesting footnote to that whole cycle.
You're right.
That happened there, that his supporters last time they were there were storming the Capitol.
It did happen there. It did happen there.
We've just seen Mike Pence arriving as well. Was looking back at some of the weather and former inaugurations in 1841, so cast your mind back, everybody. A little bit of history for you. The ceremony actually took place outside. The president gave a 2-hour speech, apparently without much of even a jacket on. I mean, it did smack of Rishi Sunak to me, that it conjured up those images of Rishi stood outside in the pouring rain. Anyway, it didn't really fare well for him. William Henry Harrison, he then got very sick and died not long afterwards.
Maybe it was global warming in 1841.
But I think that undoubtedly this is a major change to the norm. And if this wasn't weather, the moment that I heard it was going indoors, you know, it's quite obvious that there is a massive security concern about this inauguration for all sorts of reasons. Partly because it is the capital, inside or outside, and there are lots of people who would oppose this inauguration and Donald Trump's presidency who would see that as symbolic and coming back at the previous takeover of the Capitol. But it's, as Jennifer says, I think it's a sensible precaution. I think it's wise. There is the weather, of course, but I think, you know, this undoubtedly security has a large part to play with this, because the world is an increasingly dangerous place in many respects.
Well, you mentioned that, actually. One of the things that Donald Trump was saying in his victory speech last night, he was saying that in some ways this country is on the edge of World War III, and that he feels he's the man to stop that.
Well, I know. I mean, we've heard this from him for some time now, that he's going to put an end to the war in Ukraine and he's going to sort of pour oil on troubled waters. I'm not so sure. And I say that there is no question that the agreement, the ceasefire agreement in Gaza, has been influenced by Donald Trump's presence in world affairs in recent months, and the messaging that's come out from his team to both sides in this conflict. Ukraine, he's reached out to both sides again, the Russian Federation and to the Ukrainian government. However, that is a far more intractable problem for a great many reasons, and there is a danger that he's oversimplifying this. And I don't want to be be negative, but yes, he had a relatively peaceful tenure last time, but that wasn't entirely down to him. That was also down to the particular sort of phase in a number of conflicts and tensions around the world that meant that he had a fairly easy ride of it. This Russia-Ukraine thing has been oversimplified by people here in Europe, by people in the United States particularly, in the UK definitely. The only people who seem to be on top of this are many of the Eastern European countries, and of course they've got experience of dealing with the Russian Federation in the past as well.
Jennifer, you're champing at the bit.
No, I just quick question. So how would you explain the fact that President Trump was our only president in the last 4 that Vladimir Putin did not invade another country under? Of course, he invaded Georgia under Bush, he invaded Ukraine under Obama, and then he invaded Ukraine again under Biden. Not only that, President Trump, when he was in office, he started no new wars. This is a man who does not like war. It's bad for business outside of the military-industrial complex.
We have to leave it there.
Yes, good afternoon, Britain. It is 4 p.m, 11 a.m. in Washington, D.C. on this historic day.
Welcome to this star-spangled special edition of GB News Inauguration Special, because the eyes of the world are on the US Capitol as America prepares to welcome Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States of America. I'm Martin Daubney.
And I'm Michelle Dewberry, and this is Donald Trump, the inauguration, live here on GB News. Get ready, Britain, for the return of Donald Trump.
Best first day, the biggest first week, and the most extraordinary first 100 days of any presidency in American history.
And we've got live pictures on your screen now. This is of the Capitol Rotunda, a building where that inauguration ceremony will take place, starting in about 45 minutes' time. There comes back.
But we've been through so much together, and for the next 4 years, I will fight for you every single day. We're going to be fighting for you. This is the greatest political movement in American history. And 75 days ago, we achieved the most epic political victory our country has ever seen. That's what they say.
Yes, indeed. And alongside us in the studio for this part of the show, we've got our panel of Republican Overseas spokesperson, Jennifer Ewing, and Democrats Aboard spokesperson, Eric McElroy, and the former UKIP leader, Henry Bolton OBE. Welcome back to all of you. I just want to bring in some of the viewers at home. Luke, you say, I really sincerely hope that Trump snubs what you call the anti-British Labour Party. Got to be careful on this one, Luke. I hear your sentiment, but surely it's in all of our interests that if America is going to prosper, that we are alongside them, do you think? Michael says this is going to be one heck of a good presidency. He feels already absolutely historic. One of Trump's weapons is politeness, says Barbara. He doesn't lash out or try and stop free speech. Many people could learn from him. Do you agree with that? That one of his weapons is politeness, Eric?
That was Trump they were saying is polite.
Yeah,
is
this
correct?
is Barbara. Barbara said this, one of my viewers.
OK, Barbara. I've got some clips that I can send you, Barbara, where you might not see as polite as you thought he was.
Yeah, he's...
but free speech, right?
Well, he can have free speech, but polite
come
free
on,
speech.
he's an advocate of free speech.
I think so. There is he is an advocate of free speech, and I do think in the United Kingdom here we can hopefully draw some inspiration from the lead he takes in trying to push back against the liberal left, who look, Sadiq Khan and Nigel Farage. Then, liberalism has perhaps changed, but you know, Nigel Farage was quite right when he talked about Sadiq Khan. Sadiq Khan has made it quite clear in recent articles that he is in favour of restricting freedom of speech for people who he disagrees with, and he wants to use the law to constrain social media platforms from giving the right to free speech. Nigel's right, and I think Trump is fighting that corner as well. We can take some...
Just want to interject now. We've got J.D. Vance arriving at the Rotunda, of course. He's going to be sworn in before Donald Trump. We believe about 4:45, 10 to 5, 45 minutes' time, J.D. Vance will be sworn in as the Vice President. And we have there with Eric Trump there.
His family.
It's his family, the close family coming in. And there are about 200 people, I believe, inside this venue because of its limited size. Of course, been thrown inside because it's -6 outside. Just to tell you where we are, that's the Capitol Rotunda building. It's about an hour, about 1 mile from the White House. We're seeing now the close family arrive. Shortly before the news, we saw former President Barack Obama arrive. Serena there. We saw President Bush arrive. Joe Biden is there. Former presidents there. Of course, Michelle Obama cried off. Michelle, she didn't want to turn up.
Yeah, no, she did not want to turn up at all. And I'll tell you someone else that was crying. You mentioned Sadiq Khan. He wrote an article, you know. I mean, I credit where it's due, you know, because a lot of people dislike Donald Trump, and now what they're trying to do is hastily backtrack and actually pretend that they actually secretly did like him all along. Well, Sadiq Khan, he's not having any of that. He's not journeying on that path. He wrote an article, and he was warning us all of a resurgent fascism. This is on the eve of the inauguration. He was really quite scathing about this. I can tell you now. He says it's deeply worrying times, especially if you're a member of a minority community. He talks about reactionary populists and so on and so forth. I was watching Darren Jones, though. He was being interviewed and questioned about that. He was trying to distance himself from that. But when people like Sadiq Khan are talking about this being dangerous, do you agree with that, Eric?
Well, I think in general terms, the dilemma that liberals have at the moment in how we approach Donald Trump in America is going to be how we navigate the fact that I believe that he is a danger to the U.S. democracy and in his actions that he's done before. But he's won fairly. I guess, and so we respect the fact that he's now the president of the United States, and let's see what he does from here. But it is troublesome, and how we battle that is the way we have to go forward.
Can I just interject about Sadiq Khan calling this fascistic populist? You know, as I said before, in DC, Donald Trump got the village people. In London, we get the village idiot. How is this helpful? How is it helpful? And when, by the way, will the Liberal left learn that it might it might be worth a different tactic. They're calling Donald Trump basically Hitler. It hasn't worked ever, so surely you guys need a new tactic.
As I said, we're not the only ones to call him Hitler. His own vice president has as well. Not to bring that up again, but it's a good one and juicy.
Backwards,
so
I
like to remember that.
Trying to move forward.
But I mean, you know, and even the Village people, I don't know if they were enjoying it. I don't know if you saw the moment before Trump introduced them. He made fun of the fact they've gotten a little heavier than they used to be, talking about the polite Donald Trump that we referenced through
Yeah,
earlier.
but hold on a minute, because I saw that live last night and I was laughing my head off. I thought that was hilarious.
I don't know, but I mean, do you really want to be fat-shamed in front of the entire world?
Fat-shaming the Village people.
If somebody has aged, and as part of aging, which we're all going to do, they've put on a few extra pounds. That's just human nature. I'm not sure it's fat-shaming. I'll tell you what I thought was really bad, because he was talking about these guys putting on the extra pounds and stuff like that, and then he went to... Was it Sebastian Gorka in the audit? Who was it? Who did he go to?
And he went, and speaking of fat, Sebastian Gorka.
But that made me laugh. And this was the thing about Donald Trump.
Just,
you know, sorry, Martin.
Just looking at some of the pictures there, you can see, so Mark Zuckerberg is there right behind the Trump virtual. That's Jeff Bezos. He's the owner, of course, the CEO of Mark Zuckerberg there, and Jeff Bezos, the owner of Meta, Facebook, and also their Amazon. These are Jennifer Ewing. This is another key point of this, the years of censorship that the Biden regime was placing upon big tech around COVID, around vaccines.
Well, now Zuckerberg, of course, has come out with that interview, didn't it? Well, yeah, just asked Joe
and he suddenly had an awakening.
Of course,
he's suddenly pro-free speech.
Of course, and I'd like to say, I mean, I think there is no reason reason to think we'd be sitting where we are today watching Donald Trump get inaugurated again if it weren't for Elon Musk buying Twitter and actually sparking this free speech in the U.S. We know now, thanks to Michelle, as you just referenced, Mark Zuckerberg has said that, you know, they censored things all the way through the 2020 election. So, you know, they censored things. We know that now. The mainstream media did, certain tech platforms did, and they've promised not to do it again. We'll see if that happens. So,
And Jennifer, just talking about a few of the people who are coming out there, that's Mike Pence. Has just come out. So we're gradually building up now towards the big moment. Talk about a few of the people you can notice.
Sure. And look, you mentioned J.D. Vance walking in a moment ago, the vice president-elect. I think, I mean, as somebody who read his book pre-Trump being elected, so back in 2015, 2016, Hillbilly Elegy, which was J.D. Vance's book, I think he is the poster boy for this election. He's actually the American dream. Someone that was born into extreme poverty with an abusive family, addiction in his family, which he has shared, you know, raised by his mama.
And as you can see on the screen here, Bill Clinton and Hillary, of course. Hillary, famously called all of Donald Trump's voters deplorable.
A basket of deplorables.
Basket deplorables. And Jennifer, back to you. Actually, that turned out to be one of the key rocket boosts into Trump's campaign in 2016. Back to that previous point of insult your enemies and make them more determined to vote for Donald Trump.
Absolutely. And J.D. Vance, again, probably would be the poster boy for being a deplorable, or being garbage, as it was called this time around. But these are American people who, you know, who have tried to work hard, maybe don't live in expensive coastal cities, or maybe are not the most educated, but they want to work hard. They want fair wages. A lot of their jobs have been sent overseas, and Trump's promised to, whether it's close the border or, you know, get fair wages for these people, to, you know, bring the American spirit back for these working people. And that's, you know, God bless him. I hope he can do it.
And you mentioned...
Here is George W. Bush coming in to that, what sounds like a Roman fanfare. I mean, they say that we do pomp and ceremony great in this country. That's George W. Bush there, and former First Lady, looking pretty good on his feet there.
So does she. She's beautiful, I think. I think she's a beautiful woman. He looks great himself, so... yeah, I'm glad to see that they are there. As we talked about, Obama walked in, there's Hillary, there's Bill.
So the former presidents now, Jennifer, they're coming in terms of their chronological performance. So who are we expecting to see next with this velvet curtain?
We won't see Jimmy Carter, obviously. Perhaps he's looking down from heaven. I'm trying to think of who else is alive. You know, presidents-wise, I think that's
Barack Obama, right?
Right? We saw Barack Obama already. Bill
He's
Clinton.
coming to the room, though. I don't know if he was walking down the...
That catwalk, that swagger he did, which was fantastic. He looked great doing that. Oh, there he is. Maybe he comes up.
It's
There he
Barack
is.
Obama. Gosh, called that one right.
Nice entrance. Well done, Martin.
Bingo. And it has to be said, as you said, Michelle Dewey, looking every inch still presidential.
He does, he really does. If you are listening on the radio, you'll have to take our word for this, because he really has walked in with presence, I would say, having watched some of the others walking in a few moments ago, he is a standout in terms of stature, confident.
He's still the youngest man out of the lot, though. I mean, so I think he's younger than George W. Bush. He's younger than Clinton, so he's still got that, you know, some of that. I mean, age was a big thing in this for both sides. And, you know, Obama is kind of reaching the age now where he, in the current regime, he'd be eligible to become president.
Is it worth talking about the fact that, notably, the former First Lady and his wife, Michelle Obama, isn't with him? Is this the ultimate example of Democrat sour grapes?
Well, I mean, then you go back to Trump's sour grapes, not appearing at the last inauguration and denying the results of the last election. So that's a much bigger stake rather than the First Lady. So
Here
that's
come the Supreme Court justices. Sorry to interrupt you, Eric, in case anyone's wondering. And also, you know, to follow up on what Eric said, Michelle Obama did not attend Jimmy Carter's funeral either, which you would have thought she would. Perhaps there's something else going on we don't know. But
funeral where, of course, Barack Obama and Donald Trump seem to get on swimmingly.
No, you're right.
On the front row.
I think part of the swagger we're seeing in Obama today, quite frankly, is just a relief that he doesn't have to shill for Kamala Harris again. You know, he's known for quite some time she was not a good candidate, and you know the jig is up. He doesn't. I just don't think he has to pretend anymore.
Reading his mind that
that's my view. You can have a different view, Eric.
Yeah.
But also, Jennifer, you're in the Supreme Court. It's going to be hugely significant moving forward in the terms of getting all this new legislation through and the political balance of the courts in America. Tell British viewers the importance of that.
Well, the importance of that, as we know, the president can elect Supreme Court nominations. Trump had 3 in his last term, which is big. There are a couple that may or may not resign during this time, and the idea would be to get younger people in, perhaps, especially if they're older people. So let's see what happens. But look, the court doesn't always go in the way you would hope, you know, if you are the president. It's not completely partisan. Sometimes it goes in an opposite direction. We saw they pushed back a little bit on something with regards to, you know, presidential immunity the other day. So it's not always straight down the lines partisan.
Well, they allowed him to be sentenced as a felon, so he's now going to be sworn in as the first felon president of the United States.
That's what I was thinking
later on this afternoon.
Yep.
But the court did decide in his favor in some of the cases earlier this year and have given him sweeping powers that if he's doing an act where he can claim it's presidential, he's exempt from any criminal prosecution.
As are half the people in that room that are former presidents, Obama, Bush, and Clinton, for what their acts were.
The crimes that Trump allegedly did. But the difference is, though, is they've basically said if he says it's presidential, he can do it with immunity. So he could say, I'm ordering SEAL Team 6 in. That was an example that was used to assassinate someone.
Just to interject, Eric, this is the Trump family entering the stage now. Jennifer?
Yep, Trump family. Let's see, it looks like there's Tiffany. Have we seen Ivanka? I saw Barron earlier, his youngest son. Donald Jr.
6'7", an astonishing young lad.
Absolutely. I mean, look, Trump has been quite charming in giving Barron a lot of credit for Trump's really winning the 18 to 29-year-old vote. That's unheard of for Republicans.
Through TikTok and his choice of podcasts like Joe Rogan.
Absolutely. And Theo Vaughn, some of the younger things. So, you know, Trump has said, my son Barron really understands these young people, so I better listen to him. He did. And I think Charlie Kirk also, who's the head of Turning Point US, Arizona-based. Trump, I know, gives him a lot of credit for the youth vote, but this is new. And I think a lot of this, and again, we might disagree on this, Henry, but is a lot of these younger people, even people my age, Gen X, do not want to see America involved in these forever wars. They want to see, you know, we don't need to be involved in every single military action around the world. Peace through strength, but...
I absolutely, I've been in wars, 5 of them. I don't want any more wars, believe me. But I do think that you can create a peace that leads to worse war if it's not designed in the right way. It's a slightly different subject, but I think that it is going forward. Some crucial elements of this presidency are going to be how the Middle East is handled and how the Ukraine conflict and China are going to be handled and managed by the White House, because if it's done the right way, then we're all better off. If it's done the wrong way, we could all be a great deal worse off.
That's true.
And that's a very important thing that is going to affect the world going forward, one way or t'other.
But the younger people who I think Trump bringing Bobby Kennedy Jr. on board, like, turned the tide for him with regards to the younger people.
Oh, indeed.
Who
you need that engagement.
Future voters.
Now, I think we're just expecting Donald Trump himself to be walking into the Capitol Rotunda any moment now. But just ahead of that, isn't it astonishing how we have the front row there is Donald Trump's immediate family, and the second row, I keep saying this, the tech billionaires, the people like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Amazon, of course, Elon Musk, X, Twitter, and Mark Zuckerberg there, Meta, Facebook. We have this new lineup. And I know, Eric McElroy, a lot of people on the Democrat side, on the left, saying this is buying the media. This is tech billionaires taking over the world. But you didn't complain when it was your lot that were getting cozy with Bill Gates.
Well, I mean, I would like to see a lot of this money removed from American politics, but thanks to the Supreme Court, the money is speech in the U.S., so that's something that still hasn't been dealt with legislation to counter that. But seeing, I mean, Biden warned of this in his final speech about this tech oligarchy that is forming, and look at how these people touch our lives. You cannot escape Facebook. You cannot escape, if you politically, let's say you want to vote with your ballot, how can you escape the iPhone, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, all of it now, and they're all lining up behind the
Mark
president.
Zuckerberg recently on the Joe Rogan podcast was saying that it was the Biden regime that were phoning him non-stop and harassing him, threatening him with legal cases and huge fines if they didn't toe the line, particularly around COVID, on lockdowns, and how you're allowed to vote in elections. So the notion that big tech has been politically neutral until now is for the birds. It's a fantasy.
I mean, well, politically neutral, but that was under a public health effort to do what they thought was right at the time and to try and save people's lives. And that was
what about trans rights and minority rights? Again, the Biden regime were directly haranguing social media platform owners to toe the line on identity politics.
I think it's also worth pointing out that if your aim is to enhance freedom of speech for everyone, it's absolutely a positive move, this, to involve the media and the new media, which is social media, the tech media, in the discussion and in government in order to pursue freedom of speech. That's a healthy thing. It's healthy for democracy. It's healthy for America. And it's healthy as an example to the rest of us.
It's totally private platforms
But what we've had until now, before the tech, but including the print media, including broadcast media, until now, is a gender-driven media. Absolutely 100%. We've seen it in this country, and I think we see it today in the politicians here in the UK. I can't speak to the US, but we see it with Sadiq Khan, we see it with the Labour Party, this push for control of the media in order to suppress the freedom of expression of the right. Exactly. Right? And anything else is extreme. Anything else is far right, and that is not democracy. If denying freedom of speech, you're denying democracy. And if this is where it's going, freedom of speech, then I'm all supportive of it.
What we're seeing here isn't just the dawn of a new political regime, but the dawn of a new media regime. The old media, the legacy media, simply fall to the wayside. And I wonder, Eric McElroy, if that was a key mistake that the Democrats made. You're talking to echo chambers, talking to media channels where people already vote for you, going for older voters. Donald Trump reinvented his entire strategy via TikTok,
and, well, this is
via
one of
podcasts.
the key points, because many people will say the interview with Joe Rogan. And I found this really interesting. Joe Rogan, in case you're not aware, is a hugely successful podcaster. I think it's the most watched, listened to podcast in the world. He went to Donald Trump, do you want to do an interview? Donald Trump's team pretty much just said, yep. Off he went to Joe Rogan's podcast, sat down for 3 hours or so. Kamala Harris offered the same opportunity, sat there and said, well, hang on a second, you've got to come to us, you've got to fit in with me, you're not going to have 3 hours, you'll have an hour or whatever it is. And many people say that that was basically one of the most pivotal points in the election when it comes to galvanising voters.
I mean, she did her share of podcasts that were friendly to her, just like Trump was doing podcasts that were friendly to him. I think, I mean, telling the sitting vice president of the United States that you need to come to me is an interesting dynamic. And whether or not, I don't think that was necessarily the tipping point, but I think the overall issue is we have so much siloed media going on right now that people on both sides are getting different versions of reality and the truth. And that's what was going to be interesting to see if this element of Facebook saying we don't want to have any element of fact-checking, we are just going to allow for any information to be out here.
No, hold on. No, that's not accurate. That's not what's... a lot of people are representing this as Facebook saying we're not going to have any fact-checking. That's not what's happening.
Google said the same thing. They'd push back at the EU, say we're not going to do this.
What they're going to do is they're going to move essentially to community monitoring, people fact-checking, and not these kind of politicised fact-checking. So it's not going to remove the fact-checking. It's just going to do it in a way that will still be effective, but not be able to...
But do you know the other thing, if I could just jump in, this is going to go beyond politics into sports. I don't know how many of you watched the Australian Open in the last few days, but Novak Djokovic came out and he was upset with, I believe it was Channel 9 in Australia, for something they had made fun of the Serbian people or been very disparaging, and he asked for an apology before you do an on-court interview. They refused to give it, and so he did not do his court interview. He came out directly to the people, I believe it was on Twitter, on X, and explained what he had done. I mean, that is what we're going to see more and more of. People speaking, to use your word, you know, Eric, decentralized. It's like it's going to be people speaking directly to other people without a filter.
Just a quick sort of time check of where we're at in proceedings. So it's 27 minutes past 4. I believe about 1:45 or 10 to, J.D. Vance will get sworn in first. The Vice President goes first. That's the pecking order. Round about the top of the hour, 5 o'clock, Donald Trump is sworn in. That's about 33 minutes' time. And you can see there, that's the CEO of Apple. Again, just back to the fact there are so many billionaires in the room.
I know.
Astonishing.
Well, one of the things we mentioned there, J.D. Vance then up first. Jennifer, you were just singing his praises. Eric, I realised you had a very different reaction to him. Explain.
Well, I mean, it'll be interesting. I mean, he's very young. He's sort of ill-defined, and he's very much a chameleon. So he seems to... He was anti-mega Trump. I mean, he was not interested in the Trump policies. He was against what Trump was representing, but then realised that was the direction of travel. Where a lot of Republicans have suddenly gone, yeah, we don't like Trump, but we support some of his policies, where now they're all like, he is our dear leader. And J.D. Vance is definitely one of those people who's reinvented himself to believe all of this.
I wonder, when we look at that screen there again, we just cut to Elon Musk with his chin in the air. Very, very much now, Guy is a central player, not only in tech, not only in space travel, not only in electric cars, but in politics. Perhaps one of the most powerful men on the planet politically. Quickly, if we could, Henry, bringing this back to Britain. He's been very involved in British politics, very critical of the Starmer regime. Do you think that's fair, or should he keep his nose out?
No, I think it's fair. He can have an opinion, as can anybody else. But what I am opposed to is the injection of... I would have been opposed, for example, at the idea of Elon Musk donating 100 million to Reform, or any other party, or any other individual from abroad who doesn't have the right to vote here. And I think that we need to have a conversation, separate conversation, about funding of political parties. But that would be direct interference. I think the expression of an opinion is not a problem. And I do think that what he's doing is actually a very positive thing, and we can take inspiration from it. We ultimately in the United Kingdom are responsible for how we're governed. We do live in a democracy. It's up to us, not up to people like Elon Musk, but they can inspire us to take that responsibility for ourselves. And that's what he's done. He's interjected in this. He's opened up a discussion and a debate, and I think that's healthy. Beyond that, he's not having an influence. He's encouraging that freedom of expression and opinion.
And
that's positive.
It's also worth talking about, Jennifer, some of the foreign dignitaries in this panel. And I think that gives a clear indication of who the new friends of the Trump regime will be. Of course, we've got Giorgia Meloni, the head of Italy, an insurgent right-wing movement. In fact, there she is.
There she? No.
Is it?
No, that's not.
We've got Giorgia Meloni is in this audience, and this is very much the new friends globally of Donald Trump. We have the deputy leader of the Alternative for Deutschland in there.
Yep.
We have Nigel Farage in the audience. We have the president of Argentina in there. We don't have anyone from the Labour Party. We don't have any left-wing politician from anywhere on the planet. Is this a new global movement we're seeing here?
Well, it's definitely a populist movement, and I don't necessarily think populism comes in the form of, I mean, in this situation, the right populists seem to be doing better than the left populists, but I think it's just a people's movement, and I think this is great. I think it's wonderful what Javier Milei has done in Argentina. I think we could all learn something from him, for sure. Giorgia Meloni, I mean, good for her for standing up for Italy and, you know, standing up to the EU. I have a secret theory that also there might be a setup going on between Elon Elon Musk and Giorgia Meloni. I know that had been a joke in the past, but who knows? You know, romance happens at all sorts of places.
I think that one of the things...
great that more people are in this room, and you're right, who's notable, who's not here.
Yeah. What I think we need to be careful of, and it does link to the discussion about social media, is that this doesn't become a globally polarising left and right populist sort of war, conflict. What we need to do, both in the United States and in the UK and across the West, is actually we need to unite people. We need to be able to... I know this sounds idealistic, but it is an ideal that we should strive towards, which is sensible, mature debate and the exchange of ideas and opinions and solutions. We should not... And I hope this isn't indicative, Martin, you're saying, you know, they're all his friends. But I hope this is not an indicator that for the next 4 years we're going to have a very powerful president of the most powerful nation on earth who is encouraging the left to be excluded from the discussion and debate. That's unhealthy for everybody.
That won't happen, you know what?
I hope not. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
I'm not predicting it.
Rendition to listen to. That's Christopher Macchio coming in there. And we just saw, still for now, the President, Joe Biden, and the First Lady, still for now. Kamala Harris is there next to Joe Biden for now, still. Vice President.
I just wanted to point something out. You know, we're talking about, oh, here are all these billionaires in this room that Trump surrounded himself. And I think the reason we're noticing this is because they're household names. You know, there's Elon Musk, there's the CEO of Google, there's Mark Zuckerberg, and Jeff Bezos, of course. But these events have always been full of billionaires. We just don't recognize their name because they're sort of behind the scenes, big donors on either side, left or right. So this...
I criticising.
I wasn't thinking you were criticizing.
I think what's especially interesting this time around is that they are all tech billionaires and that's going to be central to the show.
I don't know. I just want to add to this. The King has sent a personal message of congratulations to President Donald Trump, apparently reflecting on the enduring special relationship between the UK and the US. That's according to Buckingham Palace. We need to explore this in a lot more detail, this special relation.
But bear in mind that he will have been sort of asked to do that, and it will have been drafted up by the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office or the Cabinet Office, one of the two. You know, don't read too much into that in terms of the personal relationship.
Yeah, because
but I think
Starmer has said on behalf of His Majesty's government and the United Kingdom, I would like to send my warmest congratulations to President Donald Trump. No doubt he said that through gritted teeth.
But I think, picking up on Jennifer's point, we've got to remember as well that this is all star-studded. It always has been. You know, all of the White House events are star-studded things, no matter what colour the president, political colour the president might happen to be. But it's worth pointing out at this point that although we can draw some inspiration in some areas from Donald Trump, perhaps, we must remember that our politics in the United Kingdom are different. We have a different constitutional format, we have different institutions, we have a different way of doing things. For example, the executive order process. We don't have that in the United Kingdom, and I'm glad that we don't. There are more checks and balances against the executive in that sense. So I think that's important to note, and I think that those people who are excited in the United Kingdom about Donald Trump's movement back into the White House should remember that we can't simply reformat the UK along the lines of the United States, nor should we. It is what our differences are, and our shared history that actually make us strong together as allies. And that's what we should remember. We shouldn't try to replicate this, although some people in the United Kingdom would want to.
But I think that was just Chuck Schumer and Speaker Johnson coming in as well. So, and I don't know if and John Thune, who's the new majority leader in the Senate, who I don't even recognize. I don't know who he is yet. They all
there he is.
We know that guy.
The man of the moment,
First eyes
Donald Trump. I mean, we were just talking about Barack Obama's swagger. Ladies and gents, I can tell you his swagger is 10 times greater as he arrives on his own. Of course, we've just seen his wife, Melania. She just entered looking very, very elegant, I've got to say. Here he is. I mean, look at him. I wonder what is going through his head. A penny for his thoughts. What a momentous occasion as he is arriving. There's Melania. I've got to wonder, I mean, she looks so elegant. I've got to wonder whether or not the likes of Vogue magazine will see them putting hair on the front cover the way they did Jill Biden, Michelle Obama.
I mean, you talk about royalty, but she looks like royalty. I mean, she looks like Princess Catherine, that kind of elegance.
She look. I mean, if
you can't beat British royalty, Martin. You just can't be done. Can't be done.
She looks magnificent. I mean, she looks every inch the First Lady in waiting.
She looks incredible. I mean, if you're listening, I will describe to you. I mean, she just looks stunning. She's got a very elegant hat, very, very elegant outfit. She's just taken her position next to her son, who looks to be really taking in the surroundings, doesn't he?
He's about 6'7", that lad, and he's got a huge future ahead of him. But that people are sort of having a bit of a go at that hat online, saying it's a bit like Mary Poppins. It's a blue.
Give over.
It's a blue wide-brimmed hat with a white ribbon around it, matching perfectly her outfit and her blouse. She looks stunning. I sincerely, I know we obsess about what people wear, but doesn't she look, Jennifer, every inch what you'd expect to project power and authority and elegance on the world stage?
Absolutely, and I loved what she wore in 2016, that almost Jacqueline Onassis look of sort of powder blue. And Michelle, to answer your question, whether Vogue will reach out to her, I mean, they shunned her in the first 4 years, which is just ridiculous. I mean, let's not forget she is a former model, so she does look quite beautiful in clothes. But this time, I think will be very, very different. I think you'll see. Yes, I mean, there's a real mandate here. I mean,
here we go. The Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr. and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating.
Okay, so J.D. Vance is coming out now. He's going to be sworn in, Jennifer Ewing, we believe in around about 10 minutes' time. So tradition has it the Vice President is sworn in first.
Yep.
And then it's the President. So now all eyes on J.D. Vance. Look, that curtain going back. J.D. Vance now, an astonishing journey. As you said, he's been on from absolute poverty now to the moment of his absolute life.
No, he has, and I think going back to this sort of decentralized media versus censorship, I mean, it took J.D. Vance speaking directly to the people for people to say, oh, wow, he's not crazy, he's not weird, he's not some woman-hating, cat lady slamming person, and they were quite enamored with him. I think between his interviews with people like Tim Dillon, who's a comedian, Joe Rogan, we've already mentioned, and then, of course, his debate with with the I can't even remember his name. Tim Waltz. He really
so memorable.
Yeah, I was like Tim Kaine, because we've been watching the confirmation hearings. But yeah, Tim Waltz. So he really let America see who he was. He's a dad. He's a husband. He is a former veteran who served our country. He went to Yale Law School. He's been part of a venture capital firm in Silicon Valley. So this is a very smart, very experienced man in a wide variety of things. And yeah, he just turned 40, I believe, this summer. So still a young guy. And he's been quite honest with his feelings about Trump and the metamorphosis that took place.
Well, he smelled power and went towards it.
Look, that's very cynical, Eric. That's very cynical. But you're
clear line.
You know, I understand how you might think that, but another person might think that, and this is what he said himself, is at first I heard, Trump through the filter of the media, and I thought it was quite bombastic. Then I started looking into his policies and his agenda and realized, hey, that's going to kind of help the people from Appalachia and the average American, where I work from.
That's with them having power. We'll see if they actually do any of that, because I don't know with cryptocurrency and other things how that's going to help.
But Eric McElroy, Democrats abroad, isn't this one of the key findings of this electoral cycle, this presidential run, that you can complain all you like about the fact, well, Donald Trump, he's a billionaire, J.D. Vance went towards power. Same with Nigel Farage in many ways back in the United Kingdom. They seem to have that common touch, the connection to the working classes. Democrats seem increasingly not to have. It seems to be an increasingly out-of-touch metropolitan elite party, and that was reflected in where people voted and how they voted. These guys understand the countryside, the depth and the breadth of the United States. Is that something that the Democrats got wrong?
I mean, that's the soul search the Democrats are going through, is how much of our message got out of the things that we were doing to change, things for working Americans. And that message didn't get out, partly because the simplicity of the message of they're out to get you, the migrants are coming and they're going to take everything away from you, and eating the cats and dogs.
Donald Trump is entering the arena here. Entering the arena. This is the moment. Sworn in, I think, in about 18 minutes' time. That is the incoming president.
You can't get close enough with the hat.
Just about done his arm.
Or his hair.
Or his hair, exactly.
What hat and the hair?
That's pretty funny.
Eric McElroy there saying maybe Melania wore that hat to keep...
Oh, I knew Eric was going to have
there.
Well, maybe he wore the hair to keep the kiss out of it.
Comment. Melania's trying to stay away.
On a serious point here, we are just minutes away from Donald Trump being sworn in as the 47th president of the United States. His proud family behind him, his vice president next to him there, and a huge roar in the audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
That's Donald Trump there, taken his seat on the first row there, next to the incoming Vice President, J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance will be sworn in first, just moments away from that moment. Jennifer Ewing, tell me, as somebody who's spent the last 4 years campaigning for the Republicans overseas, what's this moment mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge, and I think probably most people never thought this would happen when Trump left in 2021 under, not a great situation surrounding January 6th. Let's listen to.
Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day. A further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this inauguration day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this inauguration day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send, wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Hello there. If you are just joining us here on GB News, of course, it's a swearing-in ceremony of J.D. Vance as we speak.
See you next.
Do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Christ was born across the sea, with the glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free while God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory,
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal. which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
Well, there you go, ladies and gents. It is official. America has a new president, Donald Trump, and of course, Vice President too. Goodness gracious me. I mean, the atmosphere, absolutely electric. You're seeing that in the Rotunda building then. Martin Daubney alongside me till 7 o'clock. We were furiously making notes there. The inauguration address for Donald Trump, it was only about half an hour. worth of speaking. Looking at some of your comments, you all in awe that he did all of that without any notes. I would suggest that he did have some prompts. I mean, I'm not sure that even Donald Trump would be able to go through all of that, but goodness me. I mean, Martin Daubney, there is so much to unpick in that address he just gave.
I think that was one of the most astonishing political speeches I've ever heard, irrespective of whether you like Trump or if you dislike Trump. There are so many statements of intent, so many clear policy decisions on day one, so much of insight into the direction of travel of where America is going to go. It's our job now, Michelle, to pick through some of these details. It's astonishing. Let's, before we do that, go back and listen to a beautiful rendition there in Washington. Carrie Underwood.
For purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain, America, America, God shed his grace on thee. Sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo.
Okay, there we have a rendition by Carrie Underwood. Kiss on the cheek for both Joe Biden, now the former president of the United States of America, and the current president, Donald J. Trump, the 47th president. Michelle Juby, we have to pick through a few of those points. We're about to introduce a new panel, but first, Michelle, so many points that leapt out. What leapt out to you?
Where do you even begin? I mean, Donald Trump, the next president, this will be the stuff of dreams and prayers for so many people and the stuff of nightmares for others. Personally, I'm jealous right now. I'm jealous of the Americans because what we just heard for about 30 minutes or so, if you're just joining us, that was the address from Donald Trump. So much positivity, optimism. He's going to make America great again. Let's cross live back to that ceremony.
These words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president, so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the dawns early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts where
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
Wow.
Yeah, what do you say to that? I mean, that was an astonishing oratory there from the various preachers, and the Star Spangled Banner there, the rendition was off the scale. One by one, they leave the room in reverse order. It'll be the new president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, exiting first there with the new First Lady, Melania Trump. Astonishing, and there's so much to go back over on that speech from Donald Trump.
I said it a second ago, and I'm going to repeat it again. I mean, I was just listening to all of that as we all were glued to that screen. It just gives me goosebumps. The optimism, the patriotism. It's absolutely brilliant. I am jealous. That's what I said.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people looking on across the Western world might think, what about this optimism? Let's go back to some of the early points in that. He started off by saying, the golden age of America begins today. We will be the envy of the entire world. For every day, I will, quite simply, put America first. Our sovereignty will be restored. The vicious politicization of our justice system will end. America will be stronger, freer, and more optimistic. That key word, Michelle, more optimistic than ever before. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is flowing across the world again, Michelle.
Yes, he was talking about the scales of justice being restored. He wants the American dream back like never before. Something that pricked up my ears and put a smile right on my face, I can tell you. He was talking about there will now be only two genders, male and female. He was talking very tough on immigration, national emergencies. I counted probably about 2 or 3, I think, national emergencies that he announced during that speech. Just such a speech of strength, courage, optimism. That will be the word that you hear from me on repeat. So many viewers getting in touch as well, Martin, at home. That echo is coming through thick and fast from the viewers as well. Pride, optimism, patriotism.
Now, not everybody would have enjoyed that speech. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton has to say, I think they'd have had a nightmare listening to that, because there was the most astonishing attack on the Biden regime, on the Democrat regime during that. It was eviscerating. We now have a government that cannot handle a crisis at home, let alone on the world stage. They've given unlimited resources to defend foreign borders. He must there be talking about Ukraine. It will not defend our own. The education system teaches our children to hate America and be ashamed of our history. All of this will change today.
I know. Oh, this is just so... I mean, I wish that I could read out each and every single email and your say and tweet. It would be impossible. What many of you are saying is you're listening to this, you're looking at the politics in this country, you see a huge disconnect. You're suggesting that you want us to be heading more in the direction of travel as Donald Trump. Bernadette, she says, so uplifting. This gives me faith for the future. I mean, that is just coming through thick and fast from all of you at home.
And Donald Trump was reflecting back on so much that was done to try and even stop him getting into office this time round. He said, they tried to take my freedom. They tried to take my life. But I was saved by God to make America great again. We talk about by royal endorsement. He's making now his by holy endorsement.
Yeah, and this whole notion about tough on law and order. We speak to you viewers day in, day out, and I can guarantee you that will have got cheers from so many of you at home. There's lots of parallels, actually, between Trump and his focus and what you hope, as I keep saying, the focus of the likes of Keir Starmer would be here in this country.
Yeah, if you're joining us, it's 6 p.m. Quick catch-up on this historic moment in time. Donald Trump been sworn in as the 47th president of the United States, and you are right, Michelle. He declared in that speech to rename oceans, to rename mountains, to take back the Panama Canal from Panama, which had been taken over by the Chinese, he said. But you're right, he declared 2 national emergencies. The first one, he declared a national emergency on our southern border, saying we will return millions upon millions of illegal immigrants, designate the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organisations, Michelle. That will give him huge powers in which to tackle them. And he's talking about the mass invasion of illegals to undermine our sovereignty.
He certainly was. And of course, I've got to say as well, what would traditionally happen now, we would have that parade because of the weather. You might have noticed that swearing in inauguration ceremony took place indoors. You were very observant if you did. That is indeed the case. That weather outside absolutely freezing. So many people watching that ceremony live in the Capital One Arena. That is where the parade, so called, will also take place.
And in a moment of the speech that's sure to give Greta Thunberg an absolute nightmare for the rest of her life, he talked about the inflation crisis underpinned by spiralling energy costs, and he declared the second of those national emergencies, declared a national emergency on energy. And then he just simply said, and we will drill, baby drill, to a standing ovation in the room. America not only becoming self-sufficient and sovereign on energy, but also, Michelle, saying we will be a huge exporter of gas and oil globally. There go every single one of Joe Biden's executive orders on climate. He's not even in office yet.
No, and I want to reiterate, we want to know what you think, so what you've been watching and hearing. You can get in touch with us all the usual ways. Email gbviews@gbnews.com. You can go to Twitter or X, you can get us there, or of course you can go to the website gbnews.com/yoursay. But look, Martin, at the end of the day, talk is cheap.
Yes.
That was a rousing speech. Like I said, you get goose pimples, positivity, optimism, energy, focus. What matters next is the delivery, and whether or not that will actually happen.
Well, exactly. I mean, rhetoric is cheap, action is expensive. In case actually returning, in quotes, millions upon millions of illegal immigrants will be astonishingly expensive. I guess his counter to that will be, can we afford to let this carry on? Will this undermine the very fabric of the nation? Don't forget, he was elected on everything he's saying today. Nothing is coming out here that he didn't say that he would do, but he's saying it with such bombast. It's still astonishing to hear.
Well, I've got to say, as we've just been echoing, not everybody will be delighted by this today. As much as we're sitting here, and I certainly am, optimistic and energised, there'll be so many people that feel the exact opposite. They're probably in their bed with their duvets over their head, hoping that they can just go to sleep and wake up tomorrow. It's all been a bad dream.
Well, we can see on the screen there Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, a raft of Democrats walking out. I think their knees might be a bit wobbly, because what they just heard was a total sea change in the direction of American politics on everything. On free speech, on energy position, on immigration, on border control, on defence. Literally everything that Donald Trump said there is almost the precise opposite of the Biden regime. It's an incredible speech there. OK, now, you're joining us. It is 6:05 on this historic day. A quick catch-up.
Yes, indeed. If you
will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Donald J. Trump is now the 47th President of the United States of America.
Yes, indeed. He and his Vice President, J.D. Vance, were sworn in literally moments ago. The pair swore the oath of office at the
came. I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. The inflation crisis was
where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Whatever that guy's drinking, I'd like 2 of them. And Donald Trump also had his fair whack at patriotism, saying America's decline. He's over calling January the 20th Liberation Day. And
I was saved by God to make America great again.
So you need to sit yourselves down, you need to strap yourselves in, and you need to get ready, Britain, because Donald Trump is back.
Okay, I'm just going back now to live pictures there in Washington, D.C. This is, of course, the aftermath of that extraordinary inauguration speech. Donald Trump there speaking with the now former president, Joe Biden, outside of that building. And, you know, they look friendly enough now. Maybe Joe Biden is just happy that's over, Michelle Jury, because Donald Trump in there gave an absolute evisceration of the record of the Joe Biden regime on practically every level.
Yeah, and if you were watching slightly earlier, we were discussing Melania Trump, very elegant looking. There's a slightly somewhat awkward moment when they went in to greet each other at that ceremony. The brim of Melania's hat got in the way somewhat. So what? Although people are dining out on that in many parts of the media now, talking about how awkward it was, how uncomfortable. Get over it.
Yeah, she had this kind of Mary Poppins hat. Again, some people being a bit uncharitable. A low boat hat with a wide brim and a ribbon around it. And when Donald Trump swooped in to land a peck on his missus, the hat was almost keeping him at bay. Some people, perhaps uncharitably, saying perhaps she wore it on purpose.
I'll tell you what, though, I am somewhat disappointed, I must confess. It can't all be optimism. For why, I shall tell you. I was hoping that the village people would indeed be in that ceremony and they would blast out yet again another rendition of YMCA. It didn't happen today. It did happen last night. Of course, we've got the parade to come yet, so maybe there will that be a treat.
And this is the new face of America, look, walking out from that inauguration. A bitterly cold yet beautifully sunny morning there in Washington, D.C. We'll be crossing back over there throughout this hour to speak to Bev Turner, our correspondent on the ground. We're hoping she'll be grabbing a certain Nigel Farage later before the end of the show. But for now, there is Joe Biden going out, getting into his helicopter, up and away. It's the end of his time, and it's the beginning, Michelle Jury, of a new era in American politics.
It certainly is a beginning of a new era. If any of you out there does not feel optimistic, uplifted, do get in touch and tell us that, because we have so much doom and gloom in society at the moment. And, you know, it is just coming through so passionately, the optimism. So many of you are saying, Michelle, what we need in this country is a Donald Trump and or an Elon Musk. So many people feel energised.
And, you know, on that point, there's so much to talk about. We could be here till dawn. We haven't even brought a panel in yet.
I know.
We'll get around to them in a minute. But there was one point on that specific reference reference, Michelle, that really stood out when Donald Trump, of course, in the room was Elon Musk, the owner of X, Mark Zuckerberg, the owner of Meta, Facebook, Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, and also the Washington Post, talking about free speech. He said, "We will end censorship and bring back free speech to America." And here's a point a lot of people watching this show might think, Keir Starmer, will you please prick up your ears and listen to this? He said, "Never again will we weaponise the power of the state, of their speech, to imprison the people of our land." Hear, hear to that. Isn't that what we want? No more weaponising of free speech to put people in jail.
Yeah, he was saying the power of the state is being used to persecute individuals for political reasons. And when he was saying that, many of you were getting in touch as well, saying Keir Starmer could learn a thing or two like that. Something that caught my ears as well, he talks about the American dream being back like never before. And it got me thinking, what about the UK dream? Do we have a dream? What is that dream? How would you explain that dream? We're going to introduce our panel in a second, because very interesting insights coming up.
And it's just an astonishing state of affairs. There we are, again, live pictures there from DC. This is basically a changing of the guard, the old regime walking out, getting into its helicopter and going away. Donald Trump, there's the entire extended Trump family walking into the sunlight of a new political dawn in America. Michelle, it was an astonishing speech, I think, one that will be analysed for many, many years to come.
Oh, it certainly will. Another thing that jumped out to me as well, he was talking about he's going to reinstate those in the military that lost their jobs because they didn't want to have that COVID vaccine. I know that would have got a cheer from many people, but then he said the next sentence, which was, is going to give them full back pay as well.
Astonishing.
I mean, incredible stuff.
Again, and so much of that is talismanic. This is erasing the former mandates, those orders of Joe Biden on day one. Look, we've got to bring our panel in. They've been sat here very patiently now for an hour and a quarter.
They've been waiting for us to shut up, I think, and calm down.
I don't think we will shut up. We won't shut up till tomorrow dawn. So let's get our panel in now and give them a fair say. Let's introduce them on this GB News US Inauguration Special. And that's the diplomat Nick Busvine, OBE, welcome sir, and campaign strategist for the Democrat Party, Pablo Ohana, and the comedian Lewis Schaefer. Welcome, gentlemen, to the show. I think in the name of diplomacy, we should start with you, Pablo Ohana. We've been, how should you put it, somewhat effusive about the speech there. Not everybody will agree. As a Democrat strategist, what's your take?
I mean, that speech was everything I expected from Donald Trump. It was dark, it was divisive, it was chaotic, it was full of rhetoric that continues what he has always delivered, and that is to, first and foremost, divide the country and then the world. I mean, forget all this stuff about being there for the grace of God. You know, he's comparing himself to Martin Luther King. I mean, embarrassing, absolutely embarrassing.
Oh, Pablo, are you telling me they want a small part of you that had your arms on your hairs on your arms prickling up?
First and foremost, this is a man who has been accused of sexual assault by nearly 30 different people, including rape. This is not somebody who should be taking the oath of office. This is not somebody who should be elected.
Except he is.
Alone in the White House.
Except he is.
That doesn't change the facts. This is a man who has been accused of some of the worst crimes you can commit. And yes, he is there, not in my name and not in a lot of people's names. And I think it is, for me, a dark day when someone like that is elected to the highest office in the land.
Do you think maybe a positive thing that the Democrats could do, particularly political strategists, is to stop banging on about the past and the perceived shortfalls? Because all of that was levelled at Donald Trump in courts of law. None of it stuck. He's there now. We can see the live pictures of Joe Biden in a US helicopter leaving the seat of power. His time now is over. The sun is setting on the Democrat regime. And so, Pablo Ohana, you can talk about all of that all you like. None of it stops Donald J. Trump getting into power, not even an assassination attempt. Is it not time for the Democrats, rather than looking back at Donald Trump's perceived failures in the past and steaming into him, to be more reflective about how you could beat him?
Absolutely. We should have beaten him, and Kamala Harris should be starting at home right now. Hillary Clinton should be finishing her second. That is what should have happened if we'd got it right. We didn't, and Donald Trump won. You know, we won in 2020, and somehow we managed to steal that election, just not the one before or after. But, you know, Donald Trump, it is true that he has been elected, and it's not what I wanted to happen. The Democrats need to really, really focus. I think it is a travesty that two unbelievably overqualified women have been beaten to the White House. That leaves some serious soul-searching for the Democrats. But to be honest, it leaves some serious soul-searching for America as well.
What's the fact that his opponents are women got to do with it?
Both Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris were overqualified for that office.
But they failed.
They did fail. They didn't make it to the office. They should have done. They would have been better presidents. Kamala Harris would have been a better president. I'm extremely proud to have worked on her campaign. And she should be president right now. Just because Donald Trump and Elon Musk waged a campaign of misinformation and fear and division, that doesn't mean that the campaign was fair, and it doesn't mean that Donald Trump won this election.
OK, there's been quite a lot of Brit-splaining going on today. Let's bring in an American. Lewis Schaefer, what was your take? You sat through that speech. You were effusive. What leapt out to you?
Well, I wasn't effusive. I was nervous because it was too perfect. Basically, up until the end, when he said he's going to invade Panama and Canada and Greenland. I mean, that's going a bit too far. But I mean, it's like beautiful Pablo over there. You know, he's like a lovely, lovely boy. But the world, you didn't run the campaign wrong, and it wasn't stolen from you. The fact is that the Democrats do not represent the United States of America. And this was an election where Donald Trump said, we're at war. We're at war. We are fighting for America, and Hillary and Kamala and all the rest of the Democrats, they don't care about America. They want to be part of this great big world thing.
Hillary
and let's all get
have given their entire lives to public service. I think that
it's not about public service. You can give your life to public service. It's a question of which side of public service you're giving it to.
The public service, the actual.
No, there's no such thing.
Donald Trump has not served the public interest in America. Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton.
Do you know what? How do you get that many votes twice? Okay, you could say it was stolen in some kind of way. The fact is that the right, let's call it the right, Donald Trump's side, my side, fighting for America, and the people who are in this country fighting for Britain want to fight for this country. They want to fight for America. They don't want to fight for whatever country you're fighting for.
OK, let's bring in our third panellist, who's been very, very patient on the end there for now an hour and 20 minutes. And that is, we are with Nick Busvine, OBE, former diplomat, and you've worked in the past for MI6. You were making copious notes there on the defence side of matters and the strategic movement going forward. Tell us what leapt out for you in that speech.
Well, there's a Cambridge professor for whom I have an enormous amount of respect, a professor of history, Professor Toombs, who wrote recently, when was the last time the world outlook was so confused, directionless and bereft of shared assumptions? What I'm going through my mind is to what extent President Trump is going to be a stabilising force or a destabilising force in world affairs. It was quite the most revolutionary and ambitious speech I think I've ever heard a US president give.
Yeah.
As a former diplomat, I'm interested, I guess, in what he was saying about foreign policy. I was interested by what he didn't say. He didn't mention Ukraine. China was mentioned indirectly in the context of Panama, but he did say we will use our power to stop all wars and we'll be remembered for the wars we end and the wars we never got into. And he wants to be remembered as a peacemaker and a unifier. I suppose we'll just have to wait and see. But the one thing I would say, the only piece of evidence we have so far is that the Middle East envoy of Trump, Steve Witkoff, actually made a positive difference on the Gaza peace process at the last minute. And it was instead of forcing Netanyahu over the line, which I think was interesting.
Just to repeat that quote, Nick Busvine, and when Donald Trump, a lot of people saying maybe he's after the Nobel Peace Prize, which many felt he should perhaps have had with the introduction of the Abraham Accord. He said, we want to measure success not by the wars we win, but by the wars we end, but also the wars we never get into?
Because the reason why it's important to him is because during his 4 years when he was in office, there were no invasions of the Ukraine. There were no Russian wars. Things were calmer. And so he's proud of that, which he should
provide over Syria, Yemen, and Afghanistan, during which civilian deaths increased by 330%. So let's just keep it in check.
What? And those things wouldn't have happened otherwise. The fact is that America was not as involved as they are now in the Ukraine, spending hundreds of billions of pounds on this. Yeah. Here's the fact. You go on. You go on. No, I just think there's not enough. There's a war going on. A war. The war is who is fighting for Britain? Who is fighting for the Angles, the Saxons, the Picts, the Jutes, the people who are living in this country, who were born in this country, of any color, of any religion? Who's going to fight for us? But they've decided they're going to let in 20 million people just come into the border. The same thing in America, and that's where Donald Trump is fighting for the people of America, and we need someone to fight. You need someone to fight for Britain.
Nick, let me ask you this, because one of the key messages that keeps coming through in Donald Trump's speeches is focus on the borders. National emergencies declared, talking very, very tough. He's going to stop that illegal entry, use military where necessary. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I think, it's extraordinary. It's going to be... I think the Pope, no less, today was saying that he was deeply uncomfortable about the thought of mass deportations of millions of people. I think Donald Trump is responding to an enormously powerful...
Just interrupt you, J.D. Vance, speaking live right now.
Good way to start it off. I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and, sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years, but... I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it, and then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. When you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, "Ooh, this may be tough," but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they, is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You can be really nasty to a couple of them at least, So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And, but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false, like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side, and those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, and nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't, oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, J.D., the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said? See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall.
right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me, and I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. They have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually 2 sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, we've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They were all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott he's a great man, great leader. And, but it did make him did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it, they were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less, and they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the #1 issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have, the bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So you know that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to #1 and stayed there for the whole primary. And Then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary, a very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten. And they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, you know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than, we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. This has been, now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better.
Second speech today by Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States of America. That was at the Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center in front of a statue of freedom. Michelle. And
goodness me, that man can talk, can't he? But why not? It's his moment to shine, isn't it? Many of you getting in touch saying, is everyone just overlooking these pardons that Joe Biden squeezed in? The likes of Fauci, some of the other J6 committee, the rest of Biden's family.
Hunter Biden, his son, of course.
Yeah, Louis?
Yeah, he's practically, I mean, you can't hold him responsible for the pardons because he's not really the president. His wife is the president. So he just said, let's pardon everybody. And because he's afraid what's going to happen, what he did to Trump is going to happen to his people. And maybe it should.
8,000 pardons, a record in American political history, and huge questions will be asked about the significance of that. This lastminute.com pardoning Pablo Ohana. You're a Democrat. This looks a bit fishy.
I think it speaks to just how vindictive Donald Trump is. These people are scared for their lives. Look at what he did to Stormy Daniels. These people have a right to be pardoned. I think the way they went after Hunter Biden was unacceptable. Donald Trump talks about how he is chased after and how he is the victim of all these sort of conspiracy theories and all this nonsense that goes on. Those pardons speak to just how scared people are to live.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that he's that bad. What did he do to Stormy Daniels? I think he gave her $130,000.
Well, let's not forget nearly 30 people accused Donald Trump of sexually assaulting them, including.
Do you know what?
So this is the
and how many
we are talking about.
And how many of those cases? 4 cases were brought, and this latest case is basically dead in the water.
It is renowned how bad and how difficult it is to bring cases like that to court. That is so ridiculous.
But I mean, I think actually what happened was that in some ways the Democrats did or the perception of the Trump team is that the Democrats weaponized the state against them. And if you sow the wind, you may reap the whirlwind, and that may explain Biden letting off 8,000 people.
Well, look, if you've been watching us this evening, we have very much enjoyed your company. We have been watching history unfold in front of our very, very eyes. Whatever you think to Donald Trump, and actually, Pablo, look what I've got here, look. Hang on. Look at this. I've got
I nearly brought mine. I didn't bring my Kamala Harris cap.
But irrespective of what you think to Trump, why don't you just don this because it's in your interest? We want America
Come on.
to be great.
Joe Biden wore a hat, didn't
show. Pablo O'Hara, show America is united again. Put the tit on. Go on.
Go on.
Listen, I will make you a promise now. If in a year's time Donald Trump has done anything to bring his country together, I will come on and I will buy my own hat.
I'll wear it. I'll wear it. Look, if you've just tuned in, you have missed the ceremony. You have missed so much. A golden era in America is about to begin. I've got to say, I mean, where do we even begin? He talked so tough on so many different things, whether it's immigration, whether it's climate policies, lots of changes coming down the pike there, I can tell you now. From now on, 2 genders only recognised in America, male, female, yes. Every parent across the land. I'm here in the UK. I've got a little boy, and I can tell you now that sentence was music to my ears. I hope that so much of this stuff does indeed trickle down to us in the UK.
Donald Trump today said the golden age of America begins today. He said they've tried to take my freedom. They tried to take my life. I was saved by God to make America great again. Humble in accepting the presidency, as you'd expect.
I've got to tell you, though, so many people on Twitter. Angela Rayner, she's sending her congratulations to J.D. Vance. You've got David Lammy saying that there's no greater allies than the UK and the US. He looks forward to fostering and strengthening that special relationship. There's been so many rumours about whether or not Mandelson will be accepted as that ambassador. Time will tell. But I can tell you, ladies and gents, one thing that we can guarantee for sure is that the next few years have just suddenly got a whole lot more interesting.
That's right. In
terms of the people in Ukraine.
Well, let's see. I mean, there could be peace in Ukraine.
Our friends in the Ukraine.
Our friends in Ukraine. Listen, it might not matter to you, but it sure as hell matters to
Donald
us
Trump
here in the
today.
UK.
Donald Trump today
is fighting a war that they need support on here in the UK, across Europe, and from the United States.
Well, you should
Donald
be pleased
Trump
then. He's going to try and stop
should
it.
be standing there, and he should be supporting our friends in Ukraine.
But he is.
He's not.
He said today, Pablo O'Hara, he said today that I want this regime to be remembered not by the wars that we start, not by the wars that we end,
war in Ukraine
but by the wars we didn't
then I will
even
come back on and wear that Make America Great Again hat. But I want to see Ukraine win that war against Russia.
Okay.
Let me just ask Nick then, before we go, do you think, in your opinion then, we are going to step forward to a more peaceful world under Donald Trump?
I spent years on conflict resolution work, and it takes a long time and a lot of dedication and a lot of effort to make any conflict resolution process work. So I think we'll have to wait and see. I agree with Pablo, Ukraine is incredibly important, but let's see what Trump does.
I disagree, and I think most people don't care about what's going on there. We don't want people to die.
Cruel, it's heartless, it is vindictive.
I care about them.
Disgraceful.
You know what?
You should be ashamed of yourself for saying something like that.
We don't care.
Losing their lives in Ukraine
because of people like you who are not strong enough to fight for your country. So you're fighting for some place
that say that matter is an outrage.
Yes.
You should not appear here again. It is disgraceful.
So there you go. It's disgraceful. We've had an argument at the end of this historic day, a monumental day.
But what you've just seen play out there, that will be the scene across so much of America, because, yes, you've got the optimism, yes, you've got the enthusiasm, but you've also got people, and do not underestimate this, they loathe Donald Trump. They will be devastated tonight. They will be wishing that they wake up and this has all been a very, very bad dream.
And we saw a little bit at the end with Pablo there, with his maliciousness and his nastiness, because this is what the left believes.
Nastiness for what? The rule of law?
As you're saying, I care about
talking over each other.
I care about the United States of America and Britain, of Picts and Jutes and Celts and Welsh. That's who I care about. We want them. We don't want them to be killed, the Ukrainians or the Russians. But it's not what we should be involved in.
If you care you care about the United States, and you care certainly about the United Kingdom, the United Kingdom is part of the continent of Europe. We need to protect our friends and neighbours. That absolutely includes Ukraine.
But that has been done. But
that's the difference.
The point is, that has been done. And you know, whether you like it or not, you clearly don't. Donald Trump was elected on a mandate to put America first and to end foreign conflict. Now, you might not like the fact that the terms of that, Zelensky might not like the terms of that, but how long does this war go on? Forever? We saw that in Afghanistan when Joe Biden pulled out, the greatest military strategic disaster in modern American times. We can't keep on fighting wars that America doesn't want and America can't afford.
Yes, but he thinks that. He thinks that because he's Team Europe, he's Team World, he's Team everybody. He's Team everybody but this country, but everybody but America. You're not. You care about that. We care about Europe. Screw Europe.
No,
well, as I said earlier, I mean, I think the first piece of evidence we've seen is that Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, has helped finesse the Gaza ceasefire. Let's wait and see on Ukraine. I agree, there's an awful lot at stake. But the proof of the pudding will be in the eating. It's going to be a fascinating few years ahead.
I'm sorry, to say an awful lot is at stake is an understatement. You are talking about people's lives. Russia has started an illegal war in Ukraine.
But if you stop wars, you save lives.
Yes, but you can't stop wars at all costs. If that means conceding to Russia and
so
to
what's your
Vladimir
alternative?
Putin,
You carry on forever and watch endless millions die?
We have to support and we have to arm and we have to give everything we can to Ukraine. That includes the United Kingdom, that includes Europe, that includes the United States.
It doesn't include the United States. It does not include the United States. Donald Trump... Hang on a sec, please. Stop talking.
To make sure
stop talking over me. Pablo,
that's the end of it.
Donald Trump was elected on a mandate to end foreign wars and to try and bring peace across the world. The majority of Americans chose that route. You would like the war to carry on.
No,
you'd like billions more pounds to be spent.
I don't want peace
America disagrees with you.
No, you cannot have peace if that means ending the war by conceding to Russia. Ukraine has to win this war. There is absolutely no movement on that.
They've lost the war already.
I don't think Zelensky agrees with you even.
They haven't.
And even if they haven't lost the war, I'm with you, Martin. Even if they haven't lost the war, the fact is that you are on a different team than I am, and possibly Martin or Michelle. I don't know about Nick over here, but there's two teams, and we don't like your team, and that's what GB News is saying. We don't like your team, and we got to basically destroy our lives for people in Kiev or those other places.
Lewis, with all due respect, I've served in a number of war zones, and I do understand how conflict resolution works, and it has to be delivered from a position of strength. So let's see. You know, if
he's loving it.
If the Trump administration helps equip Ukraine to secure a decent deal, that would be a good thing. But we'll have to see, because we just don't know.
I've got to say, Zelensky, he's tweeted out today saying he congratulates Trump and the American people on this inauguration. He says today is a day of change and also a day of hope for the resolution of many problems, including global challenges. He goes on to say that he wishes President Trump success and he looks forward to active and mutually beneficial cooperation. He finishes by saying we're stronger together and we can provide greater security, stability and economic growth to the world and our two nations. So that's President Zelensky there of Ukraine.
And I think that's the point, Michelle. When reality bites, when the chips drop, this war will be ending soon. Those terms will probably be dictated by Donald Trump, and Zelensky will concede. Look, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us on the panel. Thanks for joining us, Nick Busvine, Pablo O'Hara and Lewis Schaefer.
What a day. And as I said at the start, I will start that way and end that way. We have just witnessed history in the making. The world that we live in will never be the same again. Thank you to each of you for your company. We bid you, Martin and I, farewell. We shall be back with you tomorrow. Up next, the conversation continues, but I must tell you there has been significant development in the situation in Southport. We will bring you that after the break.
Hello and welcome to this evening's 2-hour Farage